Hello, everyone. We're live. We're live with Watch Talk. We're live with the Canelo Bivol boxing card from Las Vegas. We have moved pretty down the card already. They were both getting their hands wrapped. Both Saul Canelo Alvarez and Dimitri Bivol were getting their hands wrapped. The link is pinned and it is already posted too. So if you want to jump on, please jump on. We don't have to be limited to just boxing talk. There's a pretty interesting fight going on right now at junior welterweight, 140 pounds, which is a very exciting division. But we have an undisputed champion there now, Josh Taylor from Scotland. And he has had a pretty close fight with Jack Catterall last time around, and he was thinking of moving up perhaps to welterweight because it is getting more and more difficult for him to make that weight. Hi, Jay Gray. How are you doing?
Good evening. So we have Canelo versus who?
Canelo versus Dimitri Bivol. Dimitri Bivol is a Russian light heavyweight champion, 175 pounds. 175 is a division where Canelo won a title before against Kovalev, much older and somewhat spent fighter, really. Bivol is a younger champion. He moves really well. He's technically very proficient, fundamentally sound, and compared to a lot of good boxers, he's also very offensively minded. And he has had a decent resume. He has had some decent wins in the division. So he's a formidable opponent. The odds are, I think Canelo is like minus 550, which means that to win $100, you would have to put down $550, and
Okay.
Bivol something like plus 400, which means you get $500 back if you put $100 down for a win by him. So of course, again, not giving any sort of betting advice or even encouraging anything of that sort, I would say
Lance Armstrong is.
Hmm?
Lance Armstrong is.
Well, the smart money would be on decision Canelo. I think it's also possible that he might win by a late knockout.
He's the redheaded Mexican.
Canelo, yes, that's his nickname, which means like the cinnamon, basically. His real name is Saul Alvarez, but he goes by Canelo. I mean, that's the name he chose.
Okay. So this,
for
okay.
himself.
So yeah, this is why I asked the names, because I have this problem sometimes in cycling.
Of course,
The names that are presented to me in the press are
it's his
completely different
official.
from what the betting websites provide to me.
Jay Gray is here already. Aussie Expat, hello, welcome to the channel. We have just given the odds, minus 550 Canelo, plus
600 minus 6.
Yeah, basically plus 400 for Dimitri Bivol. Flash of time.
Yeah.
Welcome. Jimmy says upvoted. Let's go Canelo. Yes. Que viva Mexico. Que viva Mexico. Let's go. Thomas says, ding ding, Hearns Hagler, will they come out that hot? Man, that's a legendary fight. I don't think I've seen anything like that in the first round necessarily. Right now, there's a 140-pound fight, and as I said, since the undisputed champion might be moving up, this is a division that's heating up. Montana Love is a very hot talent, supported by this promoter, Matchroom Boxing, pretty heavily. He has a very exciting fighting style, kind of showboating a little bit, but he also gets hit very easily, and he has taken some punches on this fight. He fell down, but the referee ruled it a slip rather than a knockdown. So far, I think it's a pretty even fight. I think it's a 10-rounder, but I will see, because
12.
I was more talking to Jay Gray, so
12.
we'll No, I mean the fight that's going on right now, Montana Love.
Sorry.
Yeah,
So
that's
the
not a
Canelo fight
fight.
is 12 rounds.
Of course, as with any championship fights
Okay.
for men.
I'm new to
That's
this.
standard.
Ask me anything you want about bicycle races. I'll let you know.
No worries. So right now, this is also a 12-round fight. Apparently, I'm guessing they're fighting for some regional or secondary version of a championship title. So full 12 rounds. We're in the fourth round. Montana Love is fighting Goyas. I've never heard of Goyas before. Montana Love is still on the come up, so they're not gonna feed him but they're not gonna pit him against two tough opponents. Goyas seems to be a counter puncher. He's moving into Montana Love with a high guard, and Montana seems to be mostly picking him off with jabs, interrupting him with his lateral movement. The thing with Montana is again, he really picks his shots. He doesn't throw many. He's looking for that one gap where he can buzz his opponent and then pile on, which at this level again might be fine, but at the higher level, when he's fighting for a belt, it might actually be quite difficult for him to win fights by decision when he's fighting like this. Oh, here's a question for you, Jay Gray. Thomas Broadbent says, best team time trial victory ever.
Well, there's been a lot of team time trials. Best one ever. I want to hear, Thomas.
All right, maybe Thomas, you can tell us, and you can teach us that. I know cycling from far, and it's a sport that I really adore.
Lance Armstrong, his team was really tight, and they were a well orchestrated squad, and they were all strong. However they got there.
Two good left hands, straight lefts by Montana Love this round. He seems to be finding his opponent a little more frequently in the fourth round. Go ahead, Jay.
I was looking at the Canelo fight and all the different options, that you get on these from the bookies.
Of course, yeah.
Plus 10,000 for either fighter to win in the first round.
Yeah, but that's a huge surprise. A first round knockout in a championship fight of this level.
And then the second round, immediately, Dimitri stays at 10,000, but Alvarez drops to 5,000 for the second round. And it stays the same for the third round. We get to the fourth. Dimitri is still at 10,000, and Alvarez is at 3,300. And then Alvarez consistently drops.
So Thomas, as Thomas was talking about the Hagler-Hearns fight, that was a very special fight where they came out guns blazing in a championship level fight that was so important for the division, for the entire sport of boxing. They usually don't come out like that. So that's why you would be given so much money if somehow snuck through a shot and scored a knockout in the first round. That would be a huge surprise. No one expects anything like that. I just want to respond to something in the chat. Mike Hammer says, I enjoyed you talking about Smoking Joe's connection with Philadelphia. That's why I love also calling our friend Joe Kramer, whenever he comes on, I like calling him Smoking Joe, and anyone whose name is Joe, I call Smoking Joe, basically, because I just love reminiscing about one of the greatest fighters in the history of the sport. It's not only that his shine was stolen by a fictional character, but also, the entire script of Rocky is filled with basically stories and actual things that Joe Frazier did, whether it was about running by the Schuylkill River and then ending his sessions with, running up those steps in front of the museum, or the fact that he actually worked in meat packing and used to once every so often actually train by hitting those carcasses. All these little details, they were actually taken from Joe Frazier's life story and made into a movie. And Joe Frazier appears very shortly in the Rocky series. Those who know will know and will remember, but I don't think that was enough credit given to him, honestly. XR Money says, I can no longer watch until you release the video. By all means, don't watch, XR Money. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be bullied or blackmailed into releasing something that I strategically hold back just because your support for this channel is somehow hinging on this. I spend a lot of time in Archie's stream responding to DMs of people saying Oshin isn't actually anti-Semitic. This video will change their minds. I'm sure it can, but some people just simply don't want to believe it, because for whatever reason, they like the guy and they want to overlook something that he did, because there were people on that stream who saw it and who tried to play it down. And that wasn't, that wasn't really nice, right? It was actually, I have to say, to me, that was more heartbreaking on a certain level, because people saw it and didn't do anything about it. There were people in the chat who were actually egging him on to attack me more viciously. And I want to repeat again, whatever that guy said, I do not take personally. I took offense on behalf of my community. And I think that level of bigotry cannot be shaken off or forgotten by a person like me. Who am I to excuse someone's anti-Semitism, right? So if there's going to be any accounting, it's not about a personal apology, but I felt personally betrayed by people who saw what happened and did not actually take a position against it. So I'm sure there will be people whose minds can't be changed by anything that I release. So I want to hold back, with all due respect, at this moment, XR Money, as much as I appreciate your support. If your support hinges on me releasing the video or not, in that case, I'm sorry to say I can't be forced to do something that I don't consider to be right at this point in time. And thanks for agreeing with me, XR Money. Thomas Broadbent says, finally, the Discovery TDF time trial victory. Hincapie, Ekivov, Armstrong, remember the smiles over the line.
Ekimov, and yes, Ekimov is said to have really driven that team. Ekimov was the engine.
Hey, Victor.
Ekimov is great. Any chance you get to listen to Ekimov talk?
Welcome to the channel, Victor. So 6th round now in the Montana Love Goyas fight. Montana seems to be settling into his rhythm. I don't see as many counters from Goyas, but it's a pretty even fight so far. I have to say I didn't score this fight round by round, which is something that I usually do, and I have my pen and paper ready for the Canelo Bivol fight, but we'll see. I'm hoping, because Montana Love is a special kind of talent, even though he's a little too sure of himself, I think, at this level, which exposes him to being hit a little too often. I always liked defensively responsible athletes, so like when I watch football/soccer, that's what I look for. When I watch any other sport, that's what I look for first, and in boxing too. So don't
Offense
bye.
fills the seats and defense wins the game.
Very well put. Very well put. But yeah, sorry for interrupting you, Jay.
No, not at all. I interrupted you.
Thomas Broadband says Rocky versus Bayon leader Chuck Wepner. Oh, sorry. Yes, Chuck Wepner was one of the inspirations. But you see, Thomas, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. People have made a big deal about how Stallone took essential elements of Chuck Wepner's story in making the Rocky series, in writing that script, but no one quite reminisces about all these other elements and anecdotes taken from other boxers, and mainly Joe Frazier, who was an actual Philadelphia legend. Yeah, Smokin' Joe was a very special fighter, and he showed everyone how much he deserved holding that championship belt when he beat Ali in the fight of the century on his comeback. Big Mac says currently there he is, Smokin' Joe Kramer. Big Mac currently clanging and banging in the gym, my workout being powered by the show. Thank you, man. Thank you. Joseph Johnson. Hey, how are you doing? Guys, the link is pinned, by the way. Anyone and everyone who would like to jump on and join the panel, please feel free to. Mike Hammer says, I was watching the stream that day. He laughed off what he said. He doesn't think his words matter. The Holocaust didn't start with the gas chambers. It started with words. It started with propaganda, which other people enabled and spread in their own ways, or simply let be. Thomas says, Hincapie was my guy. Funny. Boxing and bike. Hope they are not on the bike tonight. Yes. Guys, for those of us who are here from the watch stream, being on the bike in boxing terminology is basically fighting on the outside, avoiding any exchange, and just running basically the entire night, right? Being excessively defensive. Then
Thomas is referring to George Hincapie, who was a lieutenant for Lance Armstrong. He's retired now. He has a very nice watch collection.
Okay, nice. And he was Armstrong's teammate for most of his career. Is that right, or all of his career?
The majority. There were, I think, when Lance came back, perhaps he was not side by side with George, because Lance retired and he came back, and that's when the doping discoveries were made.
Joseph Johnson, can you allow me to post a link of a watch I'm thinking of getting off Google Images? I can't, because that will mean I have to give you a wrench, and this is the first time I see you in my chat. So what you can do is to write the name of the watch in the chat, and I'll be happy to pull it up for you, and we can talk about it then. Okay. Big Mac says, with Lord, this weight feel lightweight, baby. Yep, all right, lightweight, baby. Ain't nothing but a peanut. We are a minute away from the end of the 7th round. Goyas is actually piling on a lot of pressure, and Montana Love is staying on the outside, I think, more than he would like. Montana Love is a southpaw, so his lead hand is right, and at least for my taste, he's not really working that jab frequently enough, and is really allowing his opponent to dictate the pace. That's right, Captain Kirk. I didn't wish to deny that, by the way. I've also heard that Stallone based Rocky on Chuck Wepner. I never wished to deny that, but there was a lot he took from Joe Frazier's life story, and that's not recognized very often. And to me, as a boxing fan, again, I always felt it's a little insulting that someone like Joe Frazier, who gave so much to the city in terms of his career and in terms of operating a boxing gym himself for years, and towards the end of his life, he had basically nothing. He was living in a little room upstairs from his gym, right? And this guy, this is the guy who should have a statue in Philadelphia, not some fictional character. That's all I was saying, and that's what Mike Hammer was reminding me of. Mike Hammer says, I saw the Bayonne bleeder at the Golden Gloves. He beat up 5 or 6 guys in the stands. Oh my God. The Golden Gloves are the most prestigious amateur boxing competitions in the country. Every state has one. Big cities have one. That's the NJ, New Jersey Golden Gloves that Mike Hammer is referring to, I'm sure. New York City and Chicago have the biggest ones usually, and there's a national championship that emerges from that as well. Very prestigious. Of course, it's not like, I guess, representing your country in the Olympics, but that's one of the highest pinnacles you can reach in the amateur sport. No, I didn't get the Ronnie Coleman reference, man. I don't even know who Ronnie Coleman is. Maybe Jay Gray knows.
No, I could not fill you in on Ronnie Coleman. I wonder if it has something to do with his statement about clanging and banging in the gym.
I have no idea. Thomas Broadbent says, Philly is an incredible boxing town. The gyms made them hard, special, but also many guys left it in the gym. Yes, that's a term that's used a lot, that if you have been in too many sparring wars in the gym, you might not have much left in the tank and in terms of your mental faculties as well for the actual fight. So
there's been some kind of complaint or lawsuit filed here in Canada about boxing federation.
Yeah, tell me more.
Putting fighters back in the ring when they just suffered a concussion. Stuff like that. Harassment.
I mean, I fought amateur here in the US and in another country. Trust me, you have to go through yearly checks, but it's like touch your nose kind of thing. Like minimum. They are really not requiring anything extensive. Maybe if the doctor suspects something, they might then ask for more, but the standard checks at the amateur level are basically non-existent. The doctor basically signs it off, more or less. The physician just signs it off. Big Meg says, Jesus Christ, anyone who doesn't know who the legend Ronnie is probably has never once worked out in their life.
So it is about clanging and banging.
Sure.
Should I look it up? Should I look it up for you?
Captain Kirk says Frazier and Tyson with their styles would have been a brawl for the ages. I think so. That fight would be something like Hagler and Hearns. You know, imagine those two pistons, just like, you know, two pure forces of nature, just constantly rewinding and reloading energy. I think that fight would have been a very short but legendary fight. Probably a couple of rounds would have been great. Montana is doing great defensively. I mean, really dodging most of his opponent's punches, but I don't know if he is that win a decision.
Ronnie Coleman is a bodybuilder.
Bodybuilder. Well, bodybuilding, okay, I mean, that's not the kind of sport I'm interested in, unfortunately. But yeah,
that's Joe's sense of humor.
I know.
God
This time it was way over my head, way past. Thomas says, I loved Joe Frazier. He was a great boxer, insanely hard gamer, a smothering driver. Watching his fights again will remind us all of how great he is. And he reminds us also of Tyson versus Razor Ruddock. That was a good fight too. I think he fought Razor Ruddock 2 times, in fact. Tyson. Anyway, that's yeah. We're in the 9th round now. First minute.
Looking at. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. Go ahead, Jay.
When I was looking at the round betting options, if you bet for either one to win in either round.
I don't bet anymore, but when I used to, for example, I keep saying, right, you know, that of course the smart money is decision for Canelo, and I was saying that maybe a late round knockout. What I used to do would be I would take $100 and basically stack it like, you know, 30, 30, 40 to 3 late rounds, like for example 8, 9, 10 if I'm a little more short. If I'm not sure, I would say 9, 10, 11, and that would be the kind of bet that I work on, because those are the ones that actually pay anything significant. But again, I'm not advising anyone to bet. I'm not encouraging.
I was wondering what kind of odds Tyson would have got in his prime to win in the first or second round. Probably a lot different from what these two fighters are getting from the bookies.
I don't think I was old enough to bet in those times.
I wasn't either. There certainly was no internet on the phone.
You would think bodybuilding and boxing would go hand in hand. Actually, quite the opposite. Up until the last decade or so, weight training was frowned upon by boxing trainers, and only recently have they finally understood that certain kinds of weight training can help you work on your explosive power that might be based on your you know, kind of twitch muscles. Probably not using the medical term here, so do apologies for that. Mike Hammer says he's still throwing the weights around, walking with crutches. And Big Meat says Lord Gamble's like Pete Rose. They're being gloved up right now. Bivol are gloved up. It's coming up. Big Meat says, yeah, he still does it occasionally, but man, it's sad to see a legend decline like that. I think they're still talking about the bodybuilder guy. Joseph Johnson says, have you ever questioned the teaching of the Catholic Church? Well, it's not, I'm not Catholic, Joseph, so it's not my position to question anything about any church. Captain Kirk says, Foreman's comeback involved weight training. and steroids, I'm sure. I don't know about the steroids unless I know and unless they test positive. I try not to put that kind of blame on anyone. But listen, I mean, it would be extremely naive. All right, Joseph, you're gone. Goodbye. Never to see you again. Yes, it would be extremely naive, Captain Kirk, to think that steroids are not used at elite levels of the sport and in boxing. In boxing, of course, you would wish that they don't, right? Because unlike baseball, unlike cycling, um, the ultimate aim in boxing is basically to knock your opponent unconscious, bash his head in, or bash their head in. And it seems to be a very desperate and also very vicious way of trying to improve your performance in a sport like that with steroids to gain an advantage over your opponent. I think it's criminal, in fact. So I hope Big George wasn't involved with anything of that sort. Mike Hammer says, Big Mac, I saw the recent documentary. Very sad. He ate opiates like they're chiclets. Sad. Yeah, I mean, it's sad to see anyone suffering with and dealing with addiction at that level. So even though I don't know the person, I'm really sorry to hear that. Victor, they're talking about Ronnie Coleman, and in the background, we're watching the Canelo Bivol fight live from Las Vegas on pay-per-view on this app called The Zone. Canelo and Bivol are next, but the co-headline fight at 140, the junior welterweight division, is happening right now between Montana Love and Goyas. I don't know his first name, unfortunately. I apologize. And 10th round is about to be over. I think Montana has been landing the more meaningful shots. I am ashamed to say I haven't scored this fight round by round, but I think the decision will probably go his way. But there's still 2 more rounds, of course, after this. So who knows? Yeah, that's the end of the 10th round. I also don't know who Pete Rose is when Big Mac.
Cincinnati Reds back catcher. Bet on his own, Bennett, baseball player, played for Cincinnati Reds.
Oh, okay. Yes, I don't.
He was the catcher, backstop,
okay.
And
I don't know much about. Yeah.
He was involved in gambling quagmire. Sometimes even, I think, betting against the Cincinnati Reds.
Oh,
a very good ball player and one who should be in the Hall of Fame, except for his gambling indiscretions.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, but it seems ethically very questionable to bet on games that you're involved in.
Snooker players do it, or have done it, and have been caught.
Thomas says no way on the steroids for Big George. Pardon me. I think he was 100% clean. We saw no evidence to support that accusation.
If he's talking about George Hincapie or George Foreman? I thought George Foreman just had a turn when he started to use his George Foreman grill. Those are great, the countertop grills.
Big Mac, I'm just leaving this comment on the screen for posterity so people see it and form a judgment about this themselves. I'm not even going to comment. I'm not going to read it out loud, but it's very strange. professional boxing is not done with big soft gloves. Even amateurs is not done really with very soft gloves. And you would know this if you if you had to eat some of that leather in the gym. It's not pleasant. Even sparring gloves, which is like almost twice as big and twice as padded as professional fight gloves. When you spar with those and you get hit on the head and in the face with them, um, it's very humbling. It's very humbling. I'd recommend it. I'd recommend it. I think it really teaches you a lot about life, right? When you have 3 minutes at a time to basically take care of yourself against the mental will and physical power of another man who is roughly equal to your size. I think there's hardly any better life lesson for any person, a young man or a young woman who trains in boxing. I think is a much more balanced individual in a life to come. Thomas says, yes, unfortunately, Hincapie juiced, apologized, and took the hit. Big news.
Still has a lot of nice watches.
Okay. Soccer boppers, gloves, my bad. My camera says, what was the biggest upset you watched? For me, it was Buster Douglas, Tyson. How about everyone else? Biggest upset I watched. Street boxing. I think it was actually Anthony Joshua versus Andy Ruiz in MSG just a couple of years ago. That was Joshua's first loss, and no one was really expecting it. And it was a great story because Ruiz was knocked down as well in the third round. He got up, he knocked Joshua down, he knocked him and buzzed him a couple more times, and scored the stoppage. It was quite an impressive victory. And remember, Joshua was coming off of having beaten Klitschko, of course, having beaten earlier Dillian White, who was his London opponent, London rival, and finally he had just beat the Russian Olympic gold winner, Sasha Povetkin, as well. So no one was really expecting Andy Ruiz, who was a replacement opponent, to beat Joshua in New York that day. I think that's my biggest upset. Captain Kirk says, I'm talking about short-term use to put on lots of muscle. I'm not even saying it was illegal, but he worked with a trainer and put on more muscle than any other boxer at the time. Are we talking about Foreman? Foreman was a specimen when he first arrived on the scene, but in his second career, he just looked like a big chubby uncle. He didn't have a lot of muscle, to be honest. But anyway, I'm not gonna defend the man. You know, again, my position on that is, it is naive to think that steroids and similar supplements, etc., are not used in boxing and are not used in the elite sport. I think it would be naive to think. But I try to reserve judgment until something is proven and exposed when it comes to drug use in sports. Big George.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey, we were talking about George Foreman, but I'm glad you heard our call of Big George and you're here. Welcome. Welcome to your home.
Oh, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. If you guys are talking about George Foreman, he's one of the greats. You could argue
Yes.
that maybe his second half of the career was even more better than the first half.
Hey, I also appreciate, by the way, Big George he's a very inspirational man. The way he found his way to God, the way he grew up in the first place, like in really abject poverty, and the way he pulled himself up by his glory in boxing as an amateur, Olympic champion, professional boxing champion,
entrepreneur.
The way he found his way back to the sport, the way he found God, and
Definitely.
the way he
beautiful.
became an entrepreneur. He inspired so many people. Yeah, great man. And so that's why Captain Kirk, again, please understand me, nothing personal, but that's why I get a little defensive about Big George when you say, like, he may have used steroids on his comeback.
It's all about the Foreman grill.
He on his comeback, one of the reasons why he came back was to raise money for his church. That's one of the reasons.
That's right. And when his checks from the grill started outweighing and outsizing his earnings from boxing, he retired again. And it's the right thing to do, by the way. I'm not using this as a diss. It's the point is, you always want to step out and exit your career in a sport like boxing with your mental faculties intact. So he quit at the right time, for sure.
I remember his last match. I don't remember who it was against particularly, but I remember thinking that the decision should have gone to him, and he was on the losing side of it. I remember he was in control through most of the fight. His last championship match.
Wait, didn't he fight against?
I don't remember who's last champion. It wasn't. It was a. Well, he did win a champion. I can't say he's a journeyman, but he wasn't that known.
By the way,
immediately got beat by. I think he got beat by Holyfield right after.
Shannon Briggs is this fight, of course. Yeah, that's a majority.
Yeah, Shannon Briggs, and then he got beat by Holyfield.
Shannon Briggs. Oh, Briggs got beat by Holyfield.
Yeah. Then after that was the big Tyson match.
Mm-hmm. It unfortunately came too late. I just want to, since we talked so much about Big George, I just want to show this short video of him hitting the heavy bag. Right after I read these two super chats by Thomas Broadband. The two upsets that he saw were Leon Spinks versus Ali, or Hatton versus Mayweather. Big George story and life path is incredible. Just want to hug this guy. So this is just for 1 minute. I will stop once every so often.
Figure. He had a trainer, Dick Sadler, tiny by comparison to Foreman, and Sadler would hang on to the heavy bag, but Foreman would hit this bag. Sadler would just literally be picked off his feet.
Foreman hitting the heavy bag is one of the more prodigious sights I've had in my life. It seems to me that of all the people I've seen hitting heavy bags, including Sonny Liston.
Do you see how that bag is dented, where he lands that liver shot with the left hook? Montana Love was given the decision, by the way.
Liston. No one ever hit it the way Foreman did.
By the way, earlier they were saying Sonny Liston didn't hit the bag like that, so that's quite a.
That's raw power.
George.
no
Yeah.
sign of working on defense there.
No, he wasn't a defensive boxer. I don't
Didn't
know if
need
you
to
guys
be.
covered this, but when he fought Ali, Ali said he was out on his feet a couple of times. If it wasn't for the ropes, he would
It
have been
was
gone.
Ali beat him mentally, purely. He basically he taunted him for all those rounds, and George Foreman tells the story afterwards. He was basically leaning into his ear and saying constantly, "That all you got, George? That all you got?" So he simply punched himself out. Then Ali just took him out at the right moment.
That's a good fight. And George Foreman versus Ron Lyle. Very, very, very good fight. That's just if you just want to see pure slugging, see that fight if you've never seen it.
I mean, the way he won the championship again, Foreman against Michael Moorer, I think that was a great fight too. And you see him again, even in his comeback, he wasn't the most defensively responsible fighter, but the way that Michael Moorer wanted to slug it out with him,
Yeah, he
it
got
was
into Michael Moore's head.
yeah, he was just waiting for the yes, you can say that. Yes, that's the turn of the tables, right? You know, that now he was basically taunting Michael Moorer in the way that Ali taunted him when he was a young man, and yeah, he took him out with that one shot eventually. So
Yeah, well, George Foreman says I've seen an interview that he was holding back his power. So when he was going in there with those shots, he was, he was saying, this is an old man, there's not that much power behind it. And in the later rounds, when he got him, it knocked him off his feet. It knocked him out because he held back.
yeah.
Really, really interesting stuff. That's when the heavyweight class was the heavyweight class.
So as the of course as the fight is approaching, the money is going to Bivol a little bit. So the odds have been updated now. It's minus 500 for Canelo and plus 333 for Bivol. And I think they're about to start their ring walk already. This is really exciting. I mean, Bivol again has victories against Jean Pascal, against Joe Smith Jr., who now himself holds a heavyweight title and is going a light heavyweight title and is going to have a unification with Artur Beterbiev in June next month already. This is going to be a good fight.
Lord, did you ever see the George Foreman Ron Lyle fight? This is after the Ali fight.
No, I have not. No,
It's on YouTube. Whenever you get a chance, watch this fight.
of course.
It's not about skill. It's just about endurance and who could duke it out. It's really, really, really. It's a street fight basically. It's great. It's known as one of the best boxing matches of the 1970s.
And also, by the way, that that era of heavyweights, the Frazier's, Ali's, and George Foreman's. It's also a great lesson on how styles make fights, right? The way Frazier lost to Foreman, but was taken out by Ali, and the way every time every time Frazier and Ali fought, it was a 15-round fight, and Ali eked it out in the last two, but it was just the third fight it ended earlier. Frazier didn't come out for the last round, I think, right?
Yeah, the last round he didn't come out because he thought he felt like he was gonna die. That was in Zaire, I believe, the Rumble in the Jungle.
No, Rumble in the Jungle is Ali Foreman. This is the.
Oh yeah, but I believe you're right. But yeah, I know wherever they was out, it was outdoors, and he couldn't make it out the chair. He felt that he was gonna die. I've seen that interview before.
think Eddie Futch basically didn't allow him to come out, but the same difference at the end of the day. His trainer didn't want to let him out. Oh, Lone Snake knows quite a bit here. Do you think there will be any fallout that will be noticeable to the fans over the Kinahan situation folding off MTK Global, or is that just too far behind the scenes business stuff? Listen, I think there has already been a fallout in the sense that since Kinahan was put on the blacklist by the U.S. Department of State, everyone wanted to dissociate from him. They have taken distance from him. Every boxing promoter, MTK Global, completely folded. As you know, it was established with his money and with his connections, even though he wasn't actively involved with them in the last few years. And ultimately, that has already affected a lot of business, a lot of fights that were able to be made. So whatever is going behind the scenes does affect the business of boxing, and it's already happened. I find it always interesting, Lone Snake. I don't want to defend anyone. I don't want to in any way trivialize or much less valorize criminal activity, but it's the same story as we were saying about drugs. That we only focus on it when it gets exposed and when it's served to us by the official channels and by media. But it would be foolish to think that boxing as a sport has not been sustained for the entirety of its existence by a certain criminal element. It's not new. It's nothing new. It's not news. It's not new to the sport. They're eliminating Kinahan, and who's going to take his place? Who is bringing the money into the sport to get laundered? And here's my other question. Now that we supposedly gotten rid of Kinahan and MTK Global, and they were operating out of United Arab Emirates more recently, right?
Yes.
What do we say about regimes like Saudi Arabia and United Emirates using or Qatar with the Soccer World Cup, right? Using sport as a way of whitewashing the crimes of their regimes, their dictatorial regimes, their practices of using methods.
They're attempting to do that now in Saudi Arabia with a new golf league.
One second. Using basically what are practices and forms of modern slavery to build all these stadiums and facilities. What do we have to say about that? Isn't that also a criminal element?
Yeah, also the Olympics, like Qatar getting the Olympics. There's a lot of shady things going on.
Yeah. All I want to say is there are elements that work at the level of promoters, etc. But what about all these political regimes that use events like Olympics, the World Cup, in a way that other countries have done before, right? And
the World Cup.
Major boxing promotions to whitewash their practices. Oh, this is a great question as well about Tim Tszyu, 154-pounder, so junior middleweight. Do you have any thoughts on Kostya Tszyu's son Tim, future world champion? I think so. Brown, 154 has had an undisputed fight for the undisputed championship between Jermell Charlo versus Brian Castaño, an Argentinian fighter. And it was ruled a draw. and they're having a rematch in a few weeks, I think. So that will decide an undisputed champion. And in either case, I think if Charlo wins, I think he will want to move up, which means the belts will become vacant. If Brian wins, Brian might actually have to fight Tim Tszyu, who is becoming his mandatory through the WBO, World Boxing Organization. So in either case, I think he will get a chance to fight for the world title quite soon, perhaps even before the end of this year. But realistically, probably early 2023. And I think when he does, whether it's against Castaño or another fighter for a vacant belt, I think he stands a good chance. I think he will become a future world champion. Thanks for asking that question, Brown G. And the fight is approaching. Tail of the tape. They just showed.
So, Lord, you seem to be up on your modern boxing with the heavyweight division right now. They're saying that the Gypsy King, he might retire. Who do you think is the next big heavyweight? Because I'm not really, besides him, Anthony Joshua, he's going to do the rematch with the guy that beat him. But
Yeah.
he's kind of, he got beat twice. He got beat once by the Mexican boxer, and the guy who beat him now.
Andy Ruiz Jr. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, future. That's another question. By the way, they are not saying that Tyson Fury is going to retire. Tyson Fury has said multiple times that he is now retired, and apparently WBC contacted him to figure out the actual situation. So we will see if he is really retired and whether he wants to come back or not. To face the winner of that fight. But in either case, I think for me, I would love to see him against the winner of Usyk versus Joshua, and I think Usyk is going to win the rematch as well.
Yeah, I think so. That he looks to be a tough guy. Anthony Joshua looks to be something mental with him because I don't know, maybe it's the preparedness or something, but he gets beat. It's like I can't pronounce the guy, but the guy who beat him just now, he told him, "Don't worry about the next fight. Worry about me."
And ultimately, I think that's what I want to see in the near future. I want Tyson Fury to not retire, and whoever comes out of that Usyk Joshua fight, I want them to fight. So we have an undisputed champion. So we know who's really the best. I mean, to be honest, Fury, I think, obviously has is leaps and bounds over.
Yeah, he's the class of the division.
Yes, but for people who make the claim that he is one of the greatest ever just by the eye test, no. I think he needs to become at least an undisputed champion in this era and should have fought one of these guys before he retires if he wants to be one of the best ever, one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I agree with you. Him taking off the couple of years hurt him. Because he could have, he probably would have had the Joshua fight already, and he could have been able to retire. But having those issues with the weight and whatever he did, but he came back better. He came back better. That you could argue, but
I don't know. But he did come back, and that's in and of itself a great
exactly.
What I'm gonna say is, in the future there are a few very young guys. There are a few guys coming from amateurs with very good pedigrees. There's the guy they call the big Uzbek, Jalalov, who is the Olympic champion. Who I think he will be a good one in the future. I think he can win a belt in the future. Jared Anderson, young American heavyweight. I think he has the style. He has the chops. He has the charisma as well outside of the ring. He can be a good champion, I think.
Did you whistle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's my guy, Frankie Sanchez, who fights a little negatively. Cuban guy who has been climbing through the ranks. He could have some chance, but I don't really see him somehow becoming champion. There is Filip Hrgovic, Croatian. He might stake a claim in the future.
Yeah, I've seen the division basically shift to Europe. It's not
And
so much
Joe Joyce,
America anymore.
Joe Joyce, who is the silver medalist, if I'm not mistaken, of 2016 in the Olympics. He's a little older, but I think he can win one of the belts if they get broken up. Lone Snake says, great answer. I've read a few articles that have used the term sports washing to describe what you're talking about, specifically in regards to Chechnya, but so many countries, regimes do it. Absolutely. I think it would be unfair to single out just Qatar and Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, but those are the countries, well, United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia specifically, since they have hosted a lot of fights in the past and wanting to host more in the future. Those are the ones that have been doing it for boxing recently. So that's why I addressed them specifically.
They also host a lot of WWE wrestling stuff too. There's big money in it.
Dirk, welcome to the show. Thanks for dropping by. It's always nice to see you. Yes, Saudis have had WWE as well. That's right. And the fight is coming up, guys. The national anthems were read, were sung.
Describe the scene for us, please.
They're now running a video for Dmitry Bivol, the Russian champion, and this guy is a very interesting guy. Again, has the amateur pedigree. Has the right size for this division, has reigned as a champion for a while now at 175. He doesn't have to drain himself too much, has a great tank. So he fights very consistently throughout all 12 rounds, making his ring walk now. Again, technically one of the most proficient boxers. His feet are always in the right position. He has good reach. He's fundamentally very sound.
Did he wear a robe?
Of course. He's wearing a black robe with red accents. And Bivol is also Moldovan and Korean, as well as being Russian and being based in St. Petersburg. It is streaming on the Zone, Dirk, as a pay-per-view. Unfortunately, it's not free. I actually have a DAZN membership, and even then I had to pay because this was pay-per-view, so I had to pay extra to my monthly fee. Canelo is wearing right now, he is making his ring walk right now, and he's wearing a custom Dolce & Gabbana poncho in hot pink with tassels, I think silver tassels, I want to say.
Any obvious signs of endorsement?
Dolce & Gabbana. DNG is
right.
all over him.
Sorry.
Sponsored by a few brands of alcohol, which I will not mention right now. Right. And I haven't seen the livery yet, but he's about to make his way to the ring. Yes, as Thomas says, this is a great matchup. It's going to be a challenge for both. Bivol is a formidable opponent. Canelo is recognized widely as the best pound-for-pound fighter in the sport. Has already established himself as the undisputed champion in the middle class, in the super middleweight class. So the weight class right below 175. Canelo has already won a title against an older champion, 175, in Sergey Kovalev, stopping him in the 11th round. So this will be an interesting matchup. Bivol is I think either 6 feet or 6 feet 1. Canelo is 5 feet 8.5. So 5, 8.5. Yeah, guys, sorry, if I could actually share the video or audio with you, I would, of course.
They're gonna cut you right off.
Oh no, I know. I'm not gonna do it. That's what I was saying. Like,
Yeah, just describe it to us. You're
of course,
pretty good at narrating.
You are our man ringside. Give us the play-by-play.
Thank you. I will do my best. And Canelo is as he usually does. And remember, guys, the Canelo fights have by now become an attraction for the Cinco de Mayo weekend. He had to miss out last year. He couldn't actually fight for the Cinco de Mayo weekend. He usually fights at least twice a year, one in the Cinco de Mayo weekend and one in the Independence Day weekend for Mexico. And he's walking in right now with a mariachi band playing for him. Unfortunately, I can't hear the song because I want to describe it to you and I want to hear what's going on. But it's always a great attraction. Look, one of the great things about Canelo is actually when he was coming up the ranks, he had a lot of detractors. And he had a lot of detractors among Mexican fans too. And by constantly fighting better opposition and by constantly fighting the best in the weight divisions where he was competing, he has earned that respect, not only among Mexican fans, but also among the average boxing fan, such as someone like myself. And, you know, people say very easily he has an entire country behind him. Canelo has an entire country behind him, not simply because he's Mexican, but because he has proven to his fans that he fights like a Mexican fighter that people have idolized for generations, right? Like a Salvador Sanchez, like a Julio Cesar Chavez, like so many other Mexican greats, like El Dinamita Marquez, all these Marco Antonio Barrera, Eric Morales. You know, you can go for ages just counting Mexican champions of the world in professional boxing. It's really one of the most important countries in the world for boxing, for professional boxing. Dirk says Chavez and De La Hoya always fought on Cinco de Mayo. Yes, and that's one of the interesting. By the way, people talk about boxing rivalries between different countries, right? Like, you know, USA and Mexico is huge, of course. Mexico versus Puerto Rico is huge. But some of the most competitive rivalries are between two different Mexicans, right? Like the trilogy between Marco Antonio Barrera and Eric Morales, for example. It's always a great story for those fights. I mean, Chavez versus De La Hoya was kind of an inter-Mexican rivalry as well, but of course De La Hoya is a Mexican-American, Chavez being actually from Mexico. Dirk Diggler says lots of Mexicans did not like him because he was light-skinned, but so was Chavez. That could have been. I'm not gonna guess on that. It's not my place, but that could have been a factor. Captain Kirk says Duran. I think Duran's father was from Mexico originally. That's the story I've heard, but he is actually from Panama. So he's Panamanian, but yeah, absolutely. That's
Yeah, he had a very long career.
He and was fighting like a beast, as he shouldn't, and at a certain at this age. So it's very fascinating. Dirk says Marquez, Rafa Marquez was a beast. Dirk Diggler says, Duran was the best, in my opinion, south of the border. Arguably, there's a reason I have that guy right there. I do love him as one of the four kings, for sure. Jared Lee says, how do you rate Tim Zhu? We talked about Tim Zhu, Jared Lee. I'm trying to remember who asked the question. Brown G-Force, yes. I rate him quite highly. I think I see in him a future world champion at 154 at junior middleweight. And I hope he will get his chance. He will get a stab at a world title in early 2023. And I think he has a good chance to win, whether he's fighting against the undisputed champion who will emerge from the Jermel Charlo versus Brian Castaño, or if he's fighting against someone else for a vacant belt. I think he'll stand a good chance. The judges are Tim Cheatham, Nevada, Dave Moretti, Nevada, Steve Weisfeld, New Jersey, and Russell Mora is the referee. It's about to start. Thomas says it's a big size difference. I think a big step up for Canelo is this is a dangerous fight for sure. You have to appreciate the desire to fight the best. Absolutely. Bivol has awesome skills. I want a stunning fight. Yeah, the fight starts now. Dirk Diggler says there's good documentary on Duran on ESPN 30 for 30 called No Mas. Yes, that is. I've watched that. No Mas, of course, was what Duran said verbatim, waving himself off in their rematch, in the rematch against Sugar Ray Leonard. He beat Sugar Ray Leonard in the first fight, and he gave up in the second fight because he was really frustrated with himself. Apparently, he didn't cut the weight down in the right way, so he was cramping. He was having a lot of pain. He was just beaten mentally and physically in that fight, so he couldn't have any more, and he waved it off by saying "No mas." That kind of became a tagline and haunted him, and that's why, actually, now that Big George had brought it up, that's why probably he had to prove to himself coming back after that and fighting for what, 2 more decades almost.
Yeah, he fought into. Did he? I know definitely in the 90s. I don't know about. I think into the 2000s too.
Yeah, I mean,
He had a very long career.
He was fighting the ghost of that loss for the rest of his career, I think, and he never quite lived it off, unfortunately. Even though he won a very important title, of course, against Iran Barkley all those years later. It's amazing. I mean, it's amazing that he actually fought Hagler at middleweight for 15 rounds.
Yeah. I was just about to talk about marvelous Marvin Hagler.
Insane.
What a boxer, man. He was built. He actually, they did like X-rays on his skull, and he actually, like, he didn't need sparring equipment because his skull was like so thick. It was like different. It was built for a boxer. He could have take hits.
The way he jumps rope, which Tyson copied basically move by move, is something that you have to watch. Just at some point on YouTube, just look for like Roberto Duran skipping rope or something. It's amazing. I thought he broke some ribs, and Dirk Diggler says it's crazy. Duran still says he did not say that, and he thinks he still could have beaten Leonard.
Yeah, Dirk Diggler's right.
For once, and I think he beat him quite well. They're in the middle of the ring now, guys. By the way, we are an hour and 15 minutes into the stream. If you haven't upvoted yet, please hit that like button, support the channel, share the word, share the link on other platforms. And if you want to encourage me to run more of these live streams, and if you want to encourage me in creating new and original content, consider making a contribution on PayPal at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV $LHVVV. The fight is about to start. All right, we're off. They're both at the center of the ring. Bivol is trying to assert himself. He's sticking out his jab. He's feinting quite a bit. And Canelo is mostly moving laterally and keeping a high guard. He's also feinting. He's trying to close in. He's already starting to hit him on the arms, which is something that he did against Joe Smith, by the way. What am I saying? What was that British guy that he fought at 168? I think it was Joe Smith. Yeah. Anyway, Liverpool family, fighting family, Liam Smith, Beefy Smith is there. He beat him on his arms, and by the late rounds, he couldn't actually work his jab, and he's doing the same right now, right? Canelo seems to hit his opponent wherever he lands, but especially with his left hook, he constantly started hitting him already on the outside of his left hand, so his jabbing hand, and that will get him bruised in the late rounds, and that will make his jab much less effective, to say the least, if not buzz him entirely and perhaps take that arm out of the equation altogether. Canelo is already seeking out openings, by the way. He's not just banging on the opponent's arms. He swung quite wildly with his right earlier, but that is something that you can notice right away, that he is hitting wherever he can land and pushing his opponent back and making sure that he doesn't find his rhythm. Although Bivol is quite brave already, sticking out that jab, moving, trying to put together some combinations. Thank you for the upvote, guys. I did box at the amateur level. I wasn't quite formidable, I have to say. I know how to defend myself. Canelo is again keeping that high guard, trying to push him back, but Bivol is putting his punches together. He's much more aggressive than what I usually see him for, and that's very exciting to me, because you might imagine that he would respect Canelo's power a little too much and hold something back. But the way he came in against Canelo in the first round was quite good. Oof. Canelo landed a very nice uppercut to close the round. First round, hey, I mean, this is what we call a swing round usually. But I would give it to Canelo only slightly, 10-9 Canelo.
Yeah, usually the first rounds, they're just feeling each other out.
But I mean, again, this wasn't Hearns Hagler, but it was already quite active, both of them. So I appreciate that. Paul is here. Thank you for being here. Dirk, the bigger guy is Bivol for sure. He still looks bigger. Thomas says, good for you. Dirk says, most people don't realize how much you have to be in shape to box. Absolutely not. Lone Snake says, Lord, how would you describe your boxing style? Stick and move. My only strength was my monkey arms, basically. I have very long arms. So I could fight and frustrate my opponent with jabs mostly, try to vary them head and body, and try to cripple them with body shots. That was my best chance usually. The left hook to the body is my favorite shot altogether. That's why I'm a huge fan of Marco Antonio Barrera and Canelo too. The second round started and Canelo seems to be asserting himself, but both are holding court at the center of the ring right now. It's a great mix of styles, guys. Canelo is moving forward in that high guard in the way that he did against Kovalev, against Smith at 168. and he's getting close to his opponent, putting his punches together, feeling him out with his jab, but really starting to get through with his uppercuts and with the hooks that he extends right around Bivol's guard. But Bivol himself, even if he doesn't hold him at bay, when he catches him, he puts his punches together. But I feel like he's headhunting a little bit, that he's not really focusing as much as he should on Canelo's body. And again, one of the things that very, not only viscerally, but in a very intimate physical way, as someone who has boxed or simply sparred, it's the body shots that really take you, right? You can have a lot of punch resistance, but over the rounds, if someone hits you in the body enough, they really take your breath away. They really take the gas out of you. And you start, your guard starts falling, you start becoming less mobile, less active, dealing with that pain, dealing with that lack of air. It's horrible. But Bivol so far seems to be holding his own. When he puts his punches together, he does get through Canelo's guard. But again, I think he's headhunting a little much. I wish he focused on the body as well. Again, being as much a fan of Canelo, I want a good fight, so I wouldn't mind if Bivol actually won and surprised us. Yeah, he's headhunting a little bit. Thomas Pauly says, "Tell us how you really feel about Tugboat and Irish Band Snob." After the fight, it would be my pleasure, Pauly. I wanna serve the viewers a little bit. Very even round again. I think Bivol did even better in this round, if I may say so.
Yeah, I'm watching the fight illegally, and yeah,
No,
it looks like.
No, you're watching it legally, George. I know
Okay,
you.
yes.
I've seen it.
I've got the zone. I got the membership.
Yes.
And it looks like it's a pretty good matchup. I think the second round went to the guy in the black shorts.
Intocable. Are you familiar with Nicolini Loce? That's El Intocable, as he was called, the untouchable. I'm very new to boxing, and I've been given to watch vids on him. I guess that's what you're saying. So a vid of Loce, and his head movement was phenomenal. Yeah, this is also the kind of guy, again, from another era. I think he used to like smoke when he was training and shit. So it's a very interesting fighter. If you look at his record, you would see that it's riddled with losses and everything, but his head movement and defensively, it's the third round just started, by the way. Bivol is looking even better, but Canelo is also, when he catches Bivol, he hurts him already.
Yeah. I was just seeing in the replay, he was in his defense, and he got a good shot clean right on his chin. It rocked him.
Ooh. But once again, Bivol is good when he starts activating that jab a little bit more. As Captain Kirk says, he has the reach advantage, and he's using that fairly well, moving around the ring. But Canelo put Bivol to the ropes a little bit. But again, when he puts his punches together, I think he is headhunting a little too much. He did get through a nice body shot in this round. Pushing Canelo back now with 1-2s. Yeah, they're both occupying the center of the ring, feinting mostly. Using jabs as mostly as a decoy for now. But yes,
I think you're right. It looks like Canelo is headhunting, and Bivol is trying to establish the jab.
Well, no, I think Canelo is not. Bivol is headhunting. That's what I would.
I think Bivol's trying to establish the jab. But
okay. I think Canelo is hitting him wherever he finds him, and that's
Yeah,
served him quite well in the past against these sorts of fighters. So we'll see. But Bivol is having a decent round now. Canelo caught him with an uppercut, hitting him again on that left arm pretty heavily. He has been really working on that, and I don't see that not taking away from Bivol's jab as the rounds advance. Canelo is really dictating the pace, though. That has to be, caught him with a nice uppercut and then a body shot.
Yep. I seen that. He caught him with the uppercut while he had his hands to his face.
Bivol is pushing him back with the jab. Canelo is quite good at fighting on the ropes usually, can catch his opponent with the counters, but sometimes he experiments a lot. But it's the end of the round, so he's really waiting for the moment, and the round is over. Ricardo Mayorga smoked cigs crazy one time. I think he came into the fight smoking. It's Mayorga was one of the best trash talkers in the game, by the way. He's an interesting character for sure. I think this round I would give it to Canelo as well. So it's basically 2-1 for now for me. 29-28 Canelo. Yeah, that they're showing that uppercut that got through again. Canelo is really stalking him. Bivol is trying to push him back by establishing his jab. Like George said, the fourth round started now. Canelo in the hot pink shorts and Bivol in black with red accents. Canelo again hitting him wherever he finds him, but once every so often he sneaks in a left hook around the guard. He sneaks in his uppercuts, especially the right uppercut. And in the meantime, Bivol is sticking to basic combinations, but I think he has the physical advantage and he has the advantage of reach. So when he starts finding Canelo, he seems like he can do some damage. Derek Diggler says, I miss the old days with Tyson. I think all of us do in some way. Canelo putting a lot of pressure in this round, but Bivol seems to come back always, somehow find his way back to the center of the ring. A lot of feinting going on, of course, but once again, Canelo is not only looking for a one-shot counter. He puts his punches together. He always sneaks in that right hook that catches the upper arm of the biceps of Bivol, and that must be taking its toll slowly and surely. Thomas says, are you seeing his openings? The uppercut is there for Canelo a lot of times. And he seems to have a lot of success whenever he can push Bivol back.
Yeah, I'm back. That the uppercut really seems to be working well for Canelo.
Yeah, right now, Bivol has Canelo on the ropes, but not really doing any damage, not really opening up himself too much because he's afraid of counters, of course. Canelo seems to preserve that high guard. Bivol finds his face with a nice jab there. Canelo got himself out of the corner. Now he's stalking Bivol. Oh, got him twice with that right hook. One in the face, one in the arm again. One on the arm, I should say. Another another uppercut, catching Bivol. Yeah, look, I mean, boxing scoring is not objective, right? And I don't deny my biases. I am a Canelo fan as much as I like Bivol as well. So I'm giving this round to Canelo as well, 3-1. But that doesn't necessarily mean what I'm saying right now is the only correct way. So if someone else gave all 3 rounds for the first 3 to Bivol, respect. I think the first and third, I can't. It's hard to choose. You could have given them to Bivol as well.
This round I'd give to Canelo, and also the first. So basically, I got it split.
2-2. Yeah. Both are fair. For me, I gave the second round to Bivol, but I could have given first and third to Bivol as well. This round I would clearly give to Canelo. But anyway, it's the right uppercut that usually gets through, Thomas. But some times Canelo feints with his jab and comes in with the left uppercut as well. But it's the right uppercut that gets through usually.
Yeah, but you made a great point. It's Canelo who's he's doing the pace of the fight. He's controlling, even though he's getting in some Divol's getting some good shots in. Canelo's controlling the pace.
Yeah,
it's his fight.
This round again began quite even. Canelo seems to be pushing Bivol back right now. Again, whenever he piles on the pressure, he at least gets that one last right hook on Bivol's left bicep, stalking him again, walking in with the jab, caught him with that right hook this time after doubling up on the jab. 495 says, visiting my AD today to thank them for my Milgauss, gave them a bottle of Macallan 15 to grease the wheels for a bad girl. Why not? Why not? It's you have a relationship with them and you gave them a nice bottle of scotch. Why not? That must be working at some level. I hope it does. Nice right hook there with Canelo. Oh. Bivol is doing quite well. Canelo is taunting him, says, come, I'm here waiting for you by the ropes. But listen, I mean, when he shakes his hand after getting hit like that, with 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 3, it's not always right. Now Canelo worked his way back out of the corner. He starts establishing his high guard again, trying to push Bivol back, but they're at the center of the ring. Pretty even fight so far, honestly. Honestly, Bivol is not that great with counters so far. He's having more success when he is active and when he is dictating the pace with his jab, Thomas. He does move to his right and left. Again, he has good feet. He's great in lateral movement. But when he gets caught, he gets caught. And when he moves too much without establishing his jab, he's giving just too much momentum to Canelo. Now he's pushing him back with his jab and forcing him to reset. This is a very even round again, very hard to score.
Yeah, honestly. This is a hard round to judge.
Very, very difficult to score. I don't know. Honestly, I'm giving this round to Bivol.
Yeah, I think so. I think the flurry earlier and the round gave it to him.
Yeah. Because, look, I mean, yes, Canelo was taunting him and whatever, but you don't get pushed to the ropes for no reason. You know, it's your opponent who pushes you to the ropes. So we need to give some credit to Bivol taking it to Canelo for this round, and I would. No Bivol, it's the opposite actually, because Alvarez's belts, Saul Canelo Alvarez's belts are at 168, and this fight is 175. So this is for Bivol's belt at 175 WBA. You wish where I was 15 seconds into the 6th round now, Bivol. Again, they're both in the center of the ring. Canelo is pushing him back with his jab. 1-1, 1-1-2. Bivol is moving laterally, trying to keep him at bay, but at times he's putting his punches together, and that he's having a lot of success. But again, I think he doesn't want to open himself up too much. As I said, even though Bivol can be offensively minded at times, at the end of the day, he's a safety first fighter. He has his advantage fighting on the outside, having the reach. So, but I wonder if he is by that ceding too much momentum to Canelo and not impressing the judges enough to win enough rounds. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this yesterday. Those of you guys who have been here, the judges are going to be slanted for Canelo. They will be favoring Canelo. And that's also one of the reasons that usually when I'm confused, I score it for Canelo, not simply because I like Canelo, but because I know when things seem even or close enough, most of the time it will go to Canelo.
This is another round that's hard to judge.
Yes, it is. And especially now since Bivol started asserting himself a little more and pushing Canelo back. But neither one of them seem to have landed a lot of clean shots this round. So it's, like you said, George, it's a little hard to judge. Canelo is by the ropes. But Bivol is just too afraid of his counters. So, he doesn't really pile on when he finds them.
Yeah, you could see he's gun shy.
He probes him with the jab, but usually ends up, usually ends up not putting a lot of punches together. When Canelo pushes him back, he gets through with something. And if he doesn't get through, he hits, he puts that right hook on the left bicep. So he does something. Bivol is a little gun shy, like you said. Very difficult round to judge again. I don't know.
I would say Bivol's landing more punches than Canelo, though. It's just that when Canelo hits, like you said, he's doing something. He's either hitting him on the shoulder, doing uppercuts. So, he's getting cleaner shots than Bivol.
We are halfway through now. Six rounds. I've basically scored it 3-3 for now. So yeah, 57-57. That's my score for now.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. It's even.
Because I've given this round to Bivol too. I've given this round and the last round to Bivol. And I know if I have it 3-3, the judges probably have it for Canelo, and I want to add that again. So don't get too excited yet for an upset if you're waiting for an upset. I think Canelo is seemingly lands. If you look at punch stats now, I think George would be right. Probably Bivol has thrown more punches possibly, and probably also landed more punches. But the punches that seem to have done damage, snapped the opponent's head back, caught him clean on the body, all of those, I won't say all of those, but most of those seem to have come from Canelo so far. This round is a lot more of feeling out, but Bivol seems to be coming back with some stuff. Canelo is just mostly trying to work his way in with the high guard and head movement, and once every so often reeling back just a little bit for a counter. Again, really working that right hook to do the damage on Bivol's arm. But Bivol doesn't seem to have been hurt a lot. Again, Canelo is being a little more aggressive now in this round. I can't listen to the corners, unfortunately, so I don't know. But I'm sure Eddie Reynoso is egging him forward a little more because he hasn't been active enough in the last 2 rounds. Honestly, he hasn't been throwing enough punches. I think he's ceding a little too much momentum and real estate in the ring to his opponent. And in this round, we see him becoming more active, pushing Bivol back, even though he hasn't hit a lot of, he hasn't landed a lot of meaningful punches this round. He still seems to be dictating the action. But he also seems quite frustrated, honestly. He's pushing Bivol back, but Bivol, again, Bivol seems to be quite calculated in the way he moves around the ring. He's not being pushed back mindlessly, even though it's never a good idea to cede so much momentum and real estate to your opponent.
Yeah, it's been a good boxing match so far.
Yes, GB. Bivol's motor or tank or whatever you want to call him, his stamina, it's almost impeccable. One of his strong suits is, of course, his consistency over 12 championship rounds, not just a particular stretch of the fight. The round is over. Bivol ended strong in terms of piling on the pressure, but with nothing landed, it's hard to give him anything for that. This round I give to Canelo,
Yeah,
but again, hard to
I give it to Canelo.
Again, hard to judge, but I think it was more clear than most of the rounds. So round 7, 67, 66, Canelo. And GB says Canelo seems frustrated. I agree. He does. And I think they seem bruised up pretty evenly as well, I have to say. One of the things, again, Canelo consistently does is that right hook to the left bicep. But then again, this was a round where Bivol started countering him a little bit from the ropes, which is something he hadn't done so far. The referee is warning them for a clash of heads. Canelo, again, is more active as he was in the 7th round. The Chris Mannix scorecard, so the scorecard, unofficial scorecard of the zone, is 68-65 to Bivol. He has given basically the last 3 rounds to Bivol. Again, I can't say that's unfair. I've given 2 of the 3 to Bivol myself, but this is not an objective science. GB says Canelo's corner is just telling him to show your experience in there. Interesting. By the way, anyone who is in the chat who would like to jump in on the panel, feel free. The link is pinned. I sent it out again.
I'm watching it, and basically every round you could argue for either camp. It hasn't been a one-sided fight.
No, not at all. Not at all. And especially, honestly, mid-rounds, Bivol is making a better showing of himself. He's getting a better he's making a better case for himself. So
yeah. Because I'm watching. I got a bit of a delay, but yeah, it looks like Bivol's taking more control in this round. He's frustrating Canelo.
and it's encouraging. But once again, I think Bivol needs to be more active. I think he needs to increase the volume of his punches. He needs to punch more because, I mean, you don't. This is the money man of the sport at this point. Canelo got him with a nice body shot there with the right hook, pushing him back with the 1-2. Yeah, so you're not going to easily win a decision against Canelo in Las Vegas.
No.
I don't like seeing a boxer's trunks advertise a gambling site. LOL. That was ruled a slip. Canelo just touched the canvas, but it was a slip. I think it was Bivol pushing him down a little bit, and the referee warned him about that. Especially the site I may or may not be using. Yeah, we don't encourage betting, guys. Thomas, that's all right. Unless it's a technical knockout or knockout for Bivol, it will go split decision for Canelo. New Jersey judge will call for Bivol. Possible, but I think not only the Nevada judges, but I think it might even go unanimous decision for Canelo. Honestly, I think this round I'll give to Canelo as well, but very hard round to call.
Yeah, because you had Bivol earlier in the round. Looks like he was going to take it, and then you had Canelo with a nice finish. He hit the body shot, and he cleaned up nicely at the end of the round.
77-75 Canelo in my card. Again, guys, this is not an objective science. If it doesn't agree with your scoring of the fight, you have my respect. We're watching it round by round, agreeing on some stuff, disagreeing on some other stuff. Canelo, again, is staking his claim, piling on the pressure. He didn't get through with any meaningful shot for round 9 yet, but he's dictating the pace. He's pushing him back. But Bivol, again, since I have to say round 5 at least, he has gained more confidence in himself. He's countering Canelo more bravely and getting through more frequently, putting Canelo's back to the ropes once every so often. Bivol doesn't have an animal gear, if I understand what you mean. That right uppercut came again, but this time it didn't find Bivol flush on the chin. Bat phone, G. Bivol calls your ring. Captain Kirk says, is Bivol setting up to land the big right hook? No, I mean, if the animal gear is that kind of second wind and the killer instinct, etc., no, Bivol doesn't have that. Bivol is not a knockout king. He doesn't usually take out his opponents by switching to another gear, but he has a very high quality, and he preserves that high quality from round 1 to round 12. And he's pushing Canelo back right now, even though he hasn't landed anything meaningful. Canelo seems to be avoiding a lot of his punches with his head movement, finally made his way out of that corner. Yeah, the thing about Bivol is, again, he's so world-class and so high quality. It's only a good thing for him that he found his pace after round 5, and it only is getting better from him. Now Canelo found him again with that right uppercut. He's pushing him down. Right hook now a left to the body, now a right hook. Canelo is starting to land with increasing ease. Bivol doesn't seem to look really extremely hurt, but this round is much clearer for me to score for Canelo so far than any of the earlier rounds, honestly. Canelo is very confident this round.
I have it that I have the fight basically even again.
Mm-hmm. GB Vol says no champion's advantage. No, we have spoken about this too, Bivol, in the last session. I think Bivol fighting in Las Vegas in a fight that was barely approved as a championship fight because of the current geopolitical situation, as a Russian champion in Las Vegas right now, I don't think you can talk about a champion's advantage. And Bivol is referring to the idea that you have to beat the champion to take his belt, right? That's what people sometimes say. The scorecards might favor the champion. That's usually because the scorecards favor the A side, the guy who brings in the money. And in this case, it's Canelo to begin with who brings in the money. And again, the current geopolitical situation doesn't favor Bivol. I'm giving this round to Canelo, but again, the previous 2 rounds that I gave to Canelo, I could have given to Bivol. The first and third round that I gave to Canelo, I could have given to Bivol. They were very close. And quite frankly, as much as I talk shit about the politics of boxing, if at the end of the day this decision is given to Bivol, fair game. I think I would admire the referees for doing that, the judges for doing that, but I expect Canelo to be heavily favored.
I agree with you on that. If it's going to be close, they're going to lean towards Canelo.
Yeah, no, Thomas, don't misunderstand me, please. I have nothing against any Russian fighter, much less Bivol. I'm not saying that they should be treated differently in any way. Please don't take it that way. I was saying that others, including boxing authorities, might have bias against them because I've seen all these alphabet organizations coming together and trying to boycott Russian fighters when the crisis first broke out, when the war first broke out, when the occupation first started. So I'm just expressing an opinion about the possible bias. And the punch stats came out. Bivol has thrown and landed more punches so far, significantly more, you might even say.
He's been more active, but I would say Canelo's punches are doing more damage though. When they hit clean. The uppercuts, the shots on the arm, that hurts.
Yeah, Thomas. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to imply. I know I consider you a good friend. And you're in the chat every night almost, and I really appreciate your support. I just wanted to be very clear. I'm just expressing potential bias on the side of the judges who are at the end of the day hired by the World Boxing Association, WBA, and WBA clearly has a bias against Russians. I'm sorry to say that, but that's what I can observe.
That's boxing. When American boxer goes into Europe, the European has the advantage because that's just the way it is in boxing. There's favoritism.
I've never seen so many boxing organizations come together to condemn anything like they did condemn this occupation for Russia and taken so many actions right away. So that's the only thing I'm saying.
Oh yeah, definitely. You had I don't mean to go off topic, but you had Pac-Man. He went to Australia. And right. he basically lost the decision in Australia, which
against
so it happens in boxing.
I think Pac-Man deserved to win that fight. On the other hand, a younger, a better version of Pac-Man wouldn't have left that to the judges' hands to begin with. He was getting a little bullied by the much bigger guy, and that it didn't look good. I think he still won that fight, but that wasn't a good performance by Pac-Man.
No.
Thomas says, I was just affirming my thoughts in that I personally never support the Russian. I like Bivol and Canelo. Yeah, Bivol is a very different fighter anyways. And none of these people understand their position, okay, especially when they're based in Russia. They
Another round, Lord, that you could argue again. It's a coin flip,
yeah,
but I would give it to Bivol.
I did give it to Bivol, but once again, you can call it a coin flip, swing round, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, what I wanted to say is, this situation of the athletes is very complicated, especially when they're still based in Russia, right? These people are trying to make a living. They're trying to preserve themselves, their families, ensure their families' safety. It's not easy to take a political stance outside of the ring. Canelo is really banging him so far in the 11th round at his body, trying to find his way through that guard. Clearly has more intention and more of certainty behind his punches this round. But yeah, what I was saying is that's why we admire someone like Ali, right? At that time, especially, there were many who disagreed with his politics. The tide has turned against the war much later, after Ali refused to fight in that war. But at the end of the day, even people who disagree with him politically admire his stance, because he stood up for himself, for his people. He stood up for what he believed in. He stood up for his conscience. So that's why we admire him. And we can't expect that kind of, that level of human being in every boxer. We can't find it. So I'm not going to blame Bivol or Beterbiev or any other Russian champion for not making public statements to oppose the war, even though I wish they should. I wish they would, I should say.
Well, I got a little bit of delay on my side with the match, but it looks like Canelo's much more comfortable in this round and in more control.
Oh, it's like it's a Rocky it's a Rocky Drago moment there. Canelo lifted him. Yeah, they had a clinch. Bivol took him in a headlock, and Canelo just lifted him off the ground. Now Bivol is pushing him back, but really not finding him at all. Swing.
I'm just seeing that. Wow.
Grizzly says the watch community must not like boxing. There should be more people here. It's okay. It's okay. We have about 10 people. I appreciate every single one of you. Whoever is here. Hey, whenever I have people in the chat, they are there. They engage. They write their comments. They write their questions. There's one more round, Grizzly. They write their comments, they write their questions, they always engage, they're active. And guys, I take 10 active, engaged listeners over 100 people who are just sitting back and not contributing. So I'm very happy with you being here. Look, on my card, on my card, I have it as Canelo winning, but hey, I think that this decision might actually go Bivol's way, because there's so many rounds that I've given to Canelo. Like there are 4 rounds I've given to Canelo that I could, in good conscience, give to Bivol, and there's only 1 round I gave to Bivol that I could perhaps give to Canelo. So, whatever I have as a scorecard right now probably looks very slanted. But yeah, I'm not going to change it. I will stand behind it. Canelo is trying to push him back. I mean, he should try to go for a knockout at this point, if you ask me. And it's the 12th round. You see the bruise on Bivol's left bicep, and I think by now it's taking a toll on him. But he's trying to counter, and he's not spent in any way. Bivol is.
No, he looks fresh. He's
Yeah,
he's still light on his feet.
Bivol is as good in the 12th round as he is in the first round. That I've always said that was going to be a danger for Canelo. And finally, I think people are coming in now for the last round, probably to troll me because I scored the fight for Canelo. But hey, I think if this round goes the way I have it, it will be 7-5 for Canelo. But hey, Victor M. George, what does your card say? Thomas is asking. Did you score the fight?
I didn't score the fight, but I'm doing it basically by eye. I got Bivol by maybe 1 or 2 rounds, not by much.
Okay. Victor, yeah, with all due respect, I'm hoping you're not getting angry at me. If you get angry at me, send me a PayPal contribution with a nasty and vicious comment. That will be much welcome.
But from what I'm seeing, yeah, Canelo's trying to take control in the championship round. He wants to close it out, but he just can't break through to Bivol's defense, basically.
Yeah. Hey, I have to say, overall, if you look at the fight overall, Bivol had a lot of success. So if you score it 7-5 or even 8-4 for Bivol, I can't really disagree with you. But my card, the clock is last 10 seconds, by the way, of the 12th round. Come on, Canelo, you should push the action a little more.
This fight definitely warrants a rematch.
Of course, especially it's over. It's over. It's over. Okay. I give it basically 115.
I'm gonna say Bivol because he did more. He was more active in the round. He threw more punches, landed more. He flustered Canelo. I'm gonna say Bivol deserves to win this, but if Canelo gets the decision, it's understandable.
Hey, XR Money, again, with all due respect, because these questions keep coming up. What I do for a living is my business, and I don't plan to disclose it anytime soon. I scored it 7-5 for Canelo, 115, 113. The unofficial scorecard of the zone by Chris Mannix says 117 to 111 Canelo. Again, I respect it, guys. I have nothing to say. I have slanted the card not because I'm a Canelo fan, but because I expect actually the judges to slant their decisions for Canelo. We'll see. I think yes, they have basically come together in respect. They're talking right now. They have embraced each other. I think I'm gonna mute in a second after they start, reading out the decision. I think, hey, whether he is recognized as a winner or not on the cards, Bivol is the winner tonight because he looked great. You can make a stronger case overall for him having won the fight.
Yeah, definitely. He put on a great boxing match, definitely.
Having been a Triple G fan who actually watched their first fight live and having thought that Triple G won easily, the decision is being read, so I'm going to mute. I'm just preparing myself for Canelo being given the favor again. Let's see.
That.
Bivol this, Bivol that. He won, still undefeated, still the champion.
Yeah.
And you know what he did? He did exactly this. Look, I told you guys. I told you. Canelo has been targeting this so he can, not allow Bivol to use his left hand, use his jab in the later rounds. But Bivol said, "Hey, what you did there, it didn't affect me." That's amazing. That's amazing.
It's a deserving win. It is.
Of course. George, you know me. I have no ego when it comes to these things. I've scored it a certain way because I was expecting the favor to go to Canelo. And
Honestly, any of those rounds, Lord, could have gone Canelo's way. Um, I think the only reason why I think that he got the decision, he was just more active in the round. But you could argue that Canelo's shots were more meaningful.
yeah, but I mean, again, I think it's only fair. It's only fair. Honestly, I was expecting more from Canelo as a fan. But I also understand, you are fighting against a bigger fighter, an established champion, who is one of the best technically gifted boxers, and he fought a brilliant fight. He didn't give Canelo many openings. He didn't, pardon me, he didn't falter at all in the later rounds. In fact, he got better and better as the fight progressed. After the fifth round, he stepped onto almost another level because he became more active. He started putting his punches.
Definitely. He looked just as good in the 12th round as he did in the first round. This guy really has good stamina.
Grizzly, Grizzly Adams. Grizzlies, it's Mauricio Suleiman now. Jose Suleiman has passed away some years back. Now his son, who runs WBC, but then again, he wasn't involved in this fight because it was for a WBA belt, nothing by WBC on the line. Thomas says, nice, the setup for a big dollar rematch. It could be. The decision, GB, I was just going to say that. I was actually too late to turn it on, so I have not seen the exact scorecards. I have not heard. I don't even know if it's unanimous or split or whatever. So let me check on another website, Bivol, Canelo, decision, scorecards, etc. Let's see. Yeah, look, most of the online scorecards, a wide decision to Bivol. And again, I can't disagree with that. As I said, most rounds that I gave, like out of the 5 rounds that I gave to Bivol, only 1 or 2 I could have given to Canelo. The other 3 were crystal clear for him. In the case of Canelo, I gave him 7 rounds, but that was my slant and the slant I expected from the judges. And 5 out of those 7 rounds I could have given to Bivol. So, hey, sometimes there's something that happens that restores some of my belief in the sport. So I'm glad the deserving party got the win today.
Yeah, definitely. It was this is definitely going to be like who said it in there that's going to be a high dollar
Thomas.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a high dollar. They're going to milk it.
Okay,
And,
unanimous decision. All of the See, all of the judges scored it 7-5, which is to say 115 to 113 for Bivol.
That's basically the, you know, yeah, that's basically right. They judged it down the line.
Of course. And again, I also think, having scored it for Canelo, I still think the deserving party actually won.
But yeah, there was some rounds there that was, you know, like you said, swing round, coin flip. They could have gone either way, you know.
Great job, Canelo. That was a big task and test, the lesson of growth. Well, Canelo has learned a lot from the Mayweather loss, so I can imagine him already learning from this as well. I can't listen to what he's saying right now, but hey, we'll see. Grizzly says, Mauricio, sorry. GB Vol says, Jake Paul already trolling. I'm 2 inches bigger, 20 pounds heavier. Give me 3 years. I beat Canelo. Grizzly says, honest scorecards. Meme guy says, hello, can I get you a link to a specific? No, you cannot. And you're the second guy who did this, and the other guy turned out to say something anti-Semitic. So if you are the same guy, I can already ban you. I've explained this. I'm not going to give you a ranch. Send the name of the watch that you're looking into purchasing. I'll pull it up for you, and we will talk. And this is not a spin. I've promised. The watch people have asked me to do a boxing stream for this fight. I'm responding to their wishes. GB says Bivol looked like the aggressor to me. Completely agree. I think he was more dominant.
Agreed. He was more active
In the second half of the fight, especially, undoubtedly. Thomas says Vegas lost money. Of course, because even halfway through the fight, the odds were still stacked against Bivol. Captain Kirk says Canelo moved up in weight. Correct? Yes, this is his 4th weight division. In fact, he won titles in 154, 160, and 168. He won a title in 175 too. This fight was in 175. At 175, he lost this one. Grizzly says he does a great job interacting with the chat, which is rare these days in the watch community. Yes, guys, you have my word. Sometimes I even cut off my own panelists to do this, but I always will respond to you in the chat, whether it's a good or not. Yeah, straight right him. Victor says true. Thanks for the stream. You got this. Guys, don't forget to upvote if you haven't yet. Smash that like button. Spread the word. Share the link. I really appreciate your support and presence. If you want me to run more watch streams and more of these kinds of special request streams, I'll be more than happy to do that. If you want to encourage me until I get monetized, and that's my first goal, to get 1,000 subscribers, feel free to consider a contribution on PayPal at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. You can also use Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV. Frank B says, hard to move up so much. I think he will redeem himself one way or another. I don't know if they will have a rematch or not. I think he will redeem himself. Canelo is that kind of fighter.
Too much money on the table. They have to.
Thank you for being here, GB Vol. Scotty Clark, not shit stirring, but Arch ain't letting you. That's BS. He is letting me drop the link. What are you talking about? He came on Tim's and exploded. Faking the boring filers, not. Scotty, look, I'm just gonna tell you one more time. You constantly whine about me not liking you and not having a case against you. I don't like you because you keep coming on these streams and coming on Archie's stream, and when I was on Tim's stream, coming on that stream and constantly talking shit to my face about me. And it's because you are hurt when I called you out on using the N-word and on saying some other racist and bigoted shit before. So one more time, I'm putting you on notice on this channel and on another live stream. If I see you saying any of that bigoted shit one more time, I'm going to ban you. Okay? I don't care about what anyone else talks about me in another stream. I'm not a petty person. I don't respond to anything. I don't care about what Tim says to me. I don't care what is said on Tim Wright's stream. I don't watch Tim Wright's stream. I'm not interested. How much? What do you want me to say? Okay, but I keep my eyes on you from now on. That was your last chance in my eyes. From now on, I consider you a hater, and I will respond accordingly.
Hey, you know what, Lord? That's a sign of a growing channel.
Big Mac, Lord welcomes all his followers. Hey, you don't even need to be my follower or anything. If you're a subscriber to this channel, if you come interact with people respectfully, if you want to contribute, if you want to be positive, if you want to talk about the topic at hand, you are always welcome. This is your home. If you come to disrespect me, if you come to insult me, if you come to say bigoted shit about me,
No,
about my people,
right.
about other people, I'm going to respond in kind. I have always done that on other people's streams. Why wouldn't I do it on my stream? So don't test me. Don't test me, because I will check you. Thanks for doing the stream. Thank you, Lone Snake, for being here. Frank B says Russian mob made a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
Says Scotty is drunk. Hey, I don't care. I really don't care. If you drink, learn to hold your liquor. If you drink, learn to be happy and positive. Don't rage at people. Don't lash out at people. Don't try to take out your own issues on other people. Also hard to fight when you are so rich. Hey, Canelo has been rich for a while now, so I don't think the fire in him has died yet. But he didn't have a great night. I have to admit that.
Yeah, he had an off night, definitely.
Dirk says, oh snap. Frank B says, now Oliveira and Getya fight. I'm sorry, I don't know much about UFC, and I don't watch UFC, Frank B. So if I were to even put it on and comment, it would be useless, because I have nothing to contribute for that. Frank B says, let's go. Yes, I mean, that should be an interesting fight. Big Mac is here. Smoking Joe Framer. Scotty Clark says, just check Tim's stream. No need to lie. You don't need to lie. That's right. But I don't watch Tim Wright's stream, and I don't need to, because I don't care. Victor M. Yes, Frank. Grizzly says, Scotty, go to Tim's with your bigotry. It's all allowed over there. Great way. Dirk Diggler says, Frank B. It was Archie's words. I do not care about anything that is said on the Tim Wright stream. I love Archie. Archie loves me. I respect Archie. Archie respects me. I don't care about what is said on Tim Wright's stream for the last time. Upvoted. Thank you, Ryan Singer. Dirk says, I really like the boxing talk today. Hey, Dirk, I'm happy that we had this, and it was asked, so I provided, as I will. If it is anything that I can actually add something, if I can contribute to it, I will.
Yeah, I had fun, Lord. You was the play-by-play man, and I was the color commentator. I had fun.
Thank you, man. Thanks for being here. Smoking Joe, how are you doing, man?
What's going on, Lord?
Not much. I have the same guy coming here, supposedly asking about watches, and then he says something about Jews. I have this other guy who was throwing around, who is supposedly from Scotland, but seems to be quite fast and loose with the N-word and saying other bigoted shit all the time.
That's not cool.
Tries to troll me by bringing some drama from other streams here. But we are just talking boxing. We have finished the fight. It was a great upset, great performance by Dimitri Bivol. He did something that most people weren't expecting. I wasn't expecting. The bookies weren't expecting. He was plus 500 or so, I think, until yesterday. Plus 550, plus 400 before the start of the fight. And he won. And he made some people a lot of money.
That's why
Well,
we
that's
watch
interesting.
boxing, man. We like
And
upsets.
how was your workout, George?
Fucking
Sorry.
hell, great. After a month of not being in the gym, fucking hell, I had one of the greatest pumps of all time.
Yeah, you're feeling good about it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's yeah, I'll admit, like, my biggest problem is not having a clean diet. Like, physically I'm doing fine now, but my biggest problem is one too many Big Macs. One too many Big Macs. So I
Hey,
gotta clean up the diet.
also, by the way, Joe, again, I'm saying this as a friend, but the no alcohol doesn't mean no calories. You realize, right? With all those beers.
Well, I know that, but the bigger problem is, and like Tim actually found this out. Speaking of Tim Wright, timwright.com, guys. Tim actually kind of remarked on this too, because I think he's actually kind of mildly dialed it back on his alcohol consumption as well. Like we were talking about, it's like yeah, we actually have like more energy to do stuff throughout the day. We don't feel as sluggish. Because if you continuously drink all the time, like it does kind of get you in this rut where you become tired, and then you get just enough energy, and like, all right, feel good enough that you go back to drinking, and like you keep looping that. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely have a lot more energy. But yeah, no, I mean, what do you fucking do? What are you gonna do? I mean, fuck me dead. I mean, you eat just a fucking carrot and you gain like 6 pounds. So,
Yep.
Grizzly says this is the problem with Archieverse. You can't avoid the trolls; they're malignant. I think it's not just Archieverse. I can't blame Archieverse for that. The internet is full of trolls. Every part of YouTube is full of these sorts of people. How about the other upset today? Educate me, man. I've missed out. I wasn't watching any other sports. Ozzy says I pretty much have zero alcohol. That's good self-discipline, man.
pretty much have zero alcohol. Yeah.
Holy cow, what a fight.
Yep.
Holy
Yep.
cow, make him tap out again. That was the upset, maybe?
Yeah, probably the UFC fight that they was telling you to watch. I probably got over quick.
Oh, that's amazing, man. I'm really happy about Bivol winning. Kentucky Derby. Okay.
Oh yeah, the Kentucky Derby, 80 to 1 long shot. Strike Rich. I watched it today. 21 horse, 21-310 came out. $29,000 triple, over 29,000.
Yeah. Wow,
I was
I
about
didn't.
to say, Lloyd, you're going for the DV there for like 2 minutes ago. Fuck me dead.
This, you mean?
Yeah, why don't you pop another button?
No, this way actually. This is Günther Zach's style. You know,
you know what, Lord, your chest needs to be hairier, and you need a gold medallion. That's what you need to complete the fucking look. Bell bottom jeans.
Pretty hairy, but I just got it sheared off at my barber, unfortunately. So
Wait, so you mow the grass, so to speak. So you trim it, you don't wax it?
No, I don't. No, man, I have
That's
too much
painful,
hair.
man. You just
I have too much hair for that. I
Yeah,
can't.
but I mean, like waxing lasts longer, right? Like it lasts like up to 2-3 months, is what I hear.
This is just like the barber just uses the machine to just
the
go
buzzer.
through.
You just buzz it down. I do the same thing too sometimes.
Yeah, but then it grows back like bigger and more aggressive, right? Like in 2 weeks for most
That's an
people,
old
right?
wives' tale.
But I mean, still, it grows back faster.
It grows back in like a month.
Possibly, yeah. Frank B says about the UFC fight, tremendous. He was half a pound overweight, so he forfeits the belt. Yeah, he has already lost the belt, but he won the fight. And Big Mitch says just the angle probably, or the sweater.
Yeah, I said that, like a skinny neck. Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I've always had a skinny neck. I don't know. I still got the chubby cheeks.
No, I mean, look, I think you're looking good, man. You're looking better than a few
No,
months
I
ago.
just I just need to lose. You know, I've got the Tim Wright belly. You know.
Speaking
so
of
Big
which,
Meech, I don't know. I've spoken to you before, but I never asked what's in your collection, man.
Shitters.
Oh, we have
nothing but shitters.
he can show you, but I will post a link actually about a collection review that we did together on this channel. It was a really beautiful conversation that I really cherish. So, but go ahead, Joe. You talk when
I mean, I don't know. The roster isn't fully set. I mean, I'm gonna get rid of the Speedmeister because the fucker can't get wet.
Yeah, that's a hard. It's a great watch, but for everyday use, to watch that can't get wet is pretty hard.
You can't even
We're
sweat in the
live.
damn thing. You can't even sweat in the damn thing. Honestly, like if somebody sneezed and I had to fucking take off the watch and pocket it real quick. They were 2 tables down, but God forbid that mist gets on this watch, it's fucked. The dial will flood. It'll fog up.
Which one do you got? You got Hesalite?
No. I actually have money, so I actually bought the Sapphire. So
Oh, nice.
You always have to go to something like that. Dirk says, I was having flashbacks of when my mom was dating back in the 70s with all those buttons undone. I'm sorry about that. I mean, I hope they were good flashbacks. Men on the Moon are boring, in my opinion.
Nah, man.
They kind of are, honestly.
Bold statement, Grizzly. I commend you for making that bold statement.
It's like saying the sub is boring. You just nah.
It's almost as brave as Doc BBW denying
the moon landing.
The moon landing, yeah.
I have a great side of the moon, Grizzly says. I use it as a dress watch. Does a good job.
I like the great side of the moon. That's a great watch. It's just scary because you hear that the cases, they're ceramic. I never really seen cases that crack before, but you go on the internet, you look, you'll find. But yeah, it's a recase if you crack or do anything. If you're rough on your watches, it's kind of tough.
Ozzy says it's as boring as the sub. Agreed. Frank B says Speedmaster or Santos. That's
a good debate.
You can't. Yeah, that's actually a legit question right there. Because they both suffer the same Achilles heel, so to speak, and they both can't get wet.
It depends. What do you need in your collection? Honestly, if you want a chronograph or if you want a sports watch, if you'd ask me 10 times, you'd probably have 10 different answers. But right now, I'm probably gonna go Santos over Speedmaster because it's a little bit more. You could do a little bit more with it.
Yeah, no, I think George. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's what do you want? Do you want to flex on the punters, or do you want to have credibility with the watch nerds? And I think for the average bloke, the Cartier is probably the better watch, right? I mean, you get bang per dollar, right? And when you buy it for 6.5, if you're buying the medium, which a lot of guys do buy the medium because they do run bigger than they suggest. So you get the 2 straps, you get the quick strap change, technology on there. So I would only say like the Santos is limited because it is a dress watch.
Yeah, but hot take, Big Meech.
Can
I prefer the
can I
silver
read
dial
this?
over the blue dial. I don't like the blue dial in the Santos.
Can I read this? I think Joe's Santos is exquisite. I love that watch. BC says, Lord, sorry for being late. My toilet overflowed and the Zero West watches are all over. Um, I think it's an odd choice between the Speedmaster and the Santos. I think they're not incomparable. I think Santos is a watch that really straddles the dress watch and sports watch category in a way that's very interesting, and because of that, I prefer them in white dials because it makes it dressier and a little flashier. They have a very good execution of the two-tone if you're into it. Santos two-tone is a nice watch. I think currently they're a little overrated, I have to say. I think they're a little hyped up already. So that kind of makes me recoil. But hey, Joe was ahead of the curve. He had his before a lot of the punters got it. So I commend him on.
I got it probably mid hype, honestly. But I've seen somebody comment saying, "Isn't the Santos 100-meter water resistance?" Yes, you're technically right, but in my opinion, it's all for nothing if it doesn't have screw and crown.
Which one do you have? You got the medium?
Yeah, I've got the medium.
I like it. I like the medium.
I would say this though. I would come to terms more like even if I had like a foot of water resistance, if it had a screw and crown. I think that's more important than the actual water resistance itself, right? I mean, what's the point of a sports watch without a screw and crown?
It gives you assurance. It just makes you sleep at night.
Well, yeah, it pretty much is the embodiment of a real sports watch, right? That's why a JLC is no longer a real sports watch. The Speedmaster shouldn't be a sports watch. The Santos shouldn't be a sports watch. They lack the basic foundation of DNA that, like one of the basic requirements a sports watch has, and that is that screw and crown.
Yeah, screw. That's that's something. It's something that Seikos have. I got a SKX 009. It's diver certified. There's a special name to it, not COSC. It's got diver, and it's got a screw and crown, basically. I mean the waffle.
Patty? Isn't Patty that certification or not?
No. It's basically known as a diver's watch. I don't have it on me. It's somewhere else to look at. It's on the dial. But yeah, that's got the screw and crown. And it's like 200 millimeters. But yeah, I agree with you. The sports watches, all sports watches should have screw and crowns. I agree with you. Like my PRX, I know completely different watch, completely, but that's the one thing I really wish that watch had a screw and crown.
ISOspec, Aussie Expat says, is that it?
The Speedy Meadows, no.
No, ISOspec.
ISOspec. Yep. He's right.
All right. Yeah, Grizzly says he might want to add the 57 Speedmaster with a blue dial. This way I will have a Speedy on a strap and one on a bracelet. I'll be content. Mohit says...
I've seen those. I don't like the way those lugs... I mean, given they're 39 and a half, 40. But those lugs are really awkward and long. They're like giant slabs, just about. I've seen them on a couple of small-wristed fellows, such as myself, ladyboy wrists, and they look very awkward and very, very large still.
You're talking about like the new ones, because the only one that I've seen is the green dial.
Yeah, I'm talking about the new ones. Yep, a few boutiques have them for display only. Ironic, but display only, and yeah, I've seen a few guys try them on, and it's kind of a hit and a miss. It's still very much Omega, if that makes sense.
Guys, after having called the fight, I'm just having a quick bite. So my camera is off.
No problem, man. My camera's always off, so we don't mind.
Yeah, Lord's getting ready to plug up that toilet.
Having some lentils?
No. Actually, I'm having some vegan junk food.
Nice. Thomas Broadbent says JLC Master Compressor is a sports watch. I think, yeah, that's the one with the inner bezel that moves. Yeah, I think he's right. I think that has a screw-in crown.
Like I said, I mean, it's not so much like the depth. Like I said, I mean, if it was a foot water resistance, that's fine. Just give me the screw-in crown. That way I know it's going to hold to a foot. You know.
No, I agree with you. It just feels weird because when you have push pin crown, you think you think dress watch. You don't think sports watch.
Delusional fantasies.
Yeah, Rolex spoils you.
It's not even Rolex. Like when you got I don't know, when you got a Citizens that has a screw and crown for like $50, that shit's all over Omega. I mean,
it's true.
Says a lot right there.
You got Seiko that's most 90% of their line is screw and crown.
Wait, doesn't the Daytona have a screw and crown? I don't know a whole lot about Daytonas. I know
all Rolex has screw and crown, except maybe Cellini.
Yeah, so what the fuck are you talking about, J617? Daytona's fine. It's good to go. It's hot steel sports.
They actually have 3 screw and crowns.
He talks about
the 50 Fathoms doesn't have a screw and crown. What the fuck?
It doesn't. He talks about early Hoyers, early Daytonas, early.
Yes.
50s.
Oh, the vintage crap.
Right.
I would never trust the vintage crap. Honestly, I don't trust vintage guys. Don't trust vintage. You can't take them into the water.
You don't want to go with anything 20 to 25 years old. You don't want to go in the water with a vintage watch that old. You don't know how.
You don't even want to sweat in a vintage. You don't even want to sweat in a vintage.
SV tank. I'm a sweaty motherfucker, but I wear vintage all the time. It's fine. SV Tank says, looks like Bivol won with far superior conditioning. I would agree. He, in fact, became better after the 5th round, better in the second half of the fight. So he was very consistent throughout. Very, very good.
Yeah, just to reaffirm what you said, I got a 30 sub, which is from 2007. And I took it to, I was just messing around. I went to Rolex RSC to see, how much a service would be and all that. And they told me, do not even wash this in the sink. No water until it's serviced.
Yeah.
So you don't trust basically older watches, with the seals and everything, because water is the Achilles heel that kills watches.
Yeah, no, I mean, my Omega's already starting to have a spider dial because I got wet.
Wait, what happened? Spotty what?
Spider dial.
Yeah.
Spider dial? No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's gone cactus, Lord. It's gone cactus.
How old is your watch?
3 months.
3 months already, and you spidered the dial already, man?
He's bullshitting.
No way.
It got wet, George. It got wet. Big George, you can't get the Speedmaster wet, and it got wet. I'm fucked.
There's a lot of jokes in that, but I won't touch them. You need a tool watch.
I do. So I'm gonna trade this off for a shooter Black Bay 58.
Now's a good time if if it's a great time. If you could get one second hand, that's a slider, as they say, you'll be ahead of the game. I really, really think a Black Bay 58. It's for the money. It's the best watch you could buy.
I'm not going to argue that. I mean, even brand new, they're still pretty good. They're
I
pretty
paid
close to almost
retail
a
for
perfect watch,
mine.
honestly.
I paid retail for mine a month after it came out, and I have no regrets. I really don't mind, because I'm never gonna sell it. And I look at it, and I really beat the hell out of it. It's got scratches and everything, and I don't care, to be honest with you. That's what it's for.
The Daytona doesn't have water-resistant screw downs for the pushers. I thought that's the whole point of having screw down pushers was
It's so you don't
for your
press.
water
It's so you
resistance.
don't press the pump pusher, so you don't get water in there by mistake.
So isn't that in that? Well, I mean, I get where he's coming from, but isn't that in essence kind of water resistance in itself?
There's
I get where
seals
he's
in there.
coming from. There's no seals in there, so but if they're screwed down, that's pretty much your water resistance right there, is it not? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
It's 100. I know it's 100 meters water resistant. But I've seen cases though on Rolex forums, particularly the white gold Daytonas, the older ones, the ones on the leather strap. The pump pushers just fall off. People press the buttons, and I don't know why. It's the white gold only. They have issues. A few people. There was like 4 or 5 posters. You could look at them on the Rolex forums where they had issues that they had to go to service because the pump pushers fell right off because they use the same stuff that they put in the screws to hold them in there.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, of course, the more pushers you have, even when they're screwed down, the more risk you have of letting water and humidity in.
Definitely.
And that's why they rated 100 meters rather than more. But that's not that, again, 100 doesn't mean that you can actually immerse yourself in a 100-meter dive necessarily. It just means that you can actually wear that while swimming if everything is screwed down and the gaskets are fine, and if the whole thing is pressure tested. Sure, just like the Omega, it means probably that you can take a shower with it. You can wash your hands, you can wash dishes, you can do yard work. Nothing will happen.
Let me ask you a question, Lord. Maybe because I know a lot. I've heard that Rolex actually tests to above 100 millimeters, but they just put 100 meters just to be safe. But it's actually more like 120, 130.
That's always the case with most self-respecting brands. They would try to push the envelope and then put something that's the ideal mark. Like, for example, for the Reverso Grand Dates that the Pontiff has and that I have, it's an 8-day power reserve, right? When you really crank it up all the way, it lasts more than 8 days. But 2 reasons, right? One, they don't want you to push the movement like that, because that's one way to screw everything up. And 2, because it might not keep the same chronometric standard
accuracy
beyond 8 days. So they say 8-day, right? Same way. They usually test it just above the limit, even when it's 300 or more meters. Then they write something that's a little more conservative. The GMT is also only 100 meters.
Yeah, basically the whole professional line is 100 meters. I'm not 100% sure on the Yachtmaster. Maybe that's a little bit more, but I think that's 100 also, except until you get into the diver range, until you get into the Submariners, the Sea Dwellers, James Camerons. Those are,
Yeah, but they all have screw and crowns, which basically secures your ass
Back
from
at
point A
school.
to point B. So
They also, everything stick. Those are, those are purpose built, man. I actually
Big
like
Mitch.
the. Go ahead, Lord.
Now, Big Mitch is saying snack time. What are you having? Oh, he went. He went away. Nice. A wrap.
Nice.
Chicken wrap.
I'm a fan of the red line sea dweller, the modern. I really think that's tomorrow's collectible. I really think it's overlooked in the collection. It's because of the size, yes, but it's special. You don't really see too. Rolex doesn't do red line often.
Well, I love that watch, and I think until the Submariners were updated to the new case 41, I think they had better proportions than the Submariner 40s. So it's a really nice watch. If you can pull it off, if you think it's the right watch for you, I would highly recommend that you get it. Again, it's hard to get any Rolex sports watch, but that, and especially the two-tone, those are easier to get than.
Yeah, the two-tone. I like the two-tone, but I like the red line. That's that it's a good callback to the older watches.
Lord, can we get a tour of your fridge?
No, why? Why do you care about what? Oh,
Somebody in the comments. Yeah.
I would love to see. Well, I can tell you very quickly. I need to shop, but usually some bell peppers, onion, apples. I put bananas in my freezer because I love eating them right out of the freezer. I love frozen bananas. I have at all times some sort of tomato sauce that I either prepared or bought ready-made, like a marinara sauce or something from the market. What else? But a lot of times my fridge is pretty empty, I have to say, because I buy to cook fresh. So
I
it's
got you. So you buy daily. You don't stock up. A lot of people do that. But Big Meech, watch what you say in the chat, man. He's talking shit about the Daytona.
Yeah.
I'm a Daytona fanboy.
MLMJ, welcome back to the channel. It's so nice to see you. Yeah, when it's stocked up, Dirk, I make sure to give you a little tour. Right now, I have nothing to show, so it's not very good, not very appetizing. Thomas says the Sea Dweller with the Cyclops is an interesting story. Yeah, I know some people have misgivings about that, but look, I mean, I think Sea Dweller, first of all, it was a technological obstacle because they just couldn't find a way to put on that domed acrylic crystal in 1967 a Cyclops that would not pop off under the pressures and circumstances of that watch's specifications. Now we have a sapphire crystal that's relatively flat. I don't see any reason for keeping that look. I think the Cyclops by now, since they have the technology and since they have now a flat sapphire crystal, I don't see why it shouldn't have a Cyclops, honestly.
I'll tell you a quick story, Lord. I was just thinking, we're talking about the Sea Dweller. My father told me this story. A friend of his, they go to a watch dealer to buy a watch, and the guy wants to buy a Sea Dweller. And he tells him, I'm looking for the Sea Dweller. I'm looking for it. Sea Dweller? You don't even take showers. What are you going to do with a Sea Dweller? I found that to be funny.
I mean, I certainly, I go to beach less and less. I go to the pool not very often. Yeah, I mean, I take regular showers, but hey, I wash the dishes if you I think I need a sea dweller in my life, and since I can't actually get a double red these days, I think Sea Dweller 43 is a great watch for me, but nothing has come through so far, and I'm not gonna buy it
You see,
from.
for me, the argument for water is probably more relevant with me since most of my work is done outside, rain or shine. So that's why I'm so anal about water, especially especially when working on things. I immediately like to wash my hands right off the bat. So my watches see water more frequently than probably the average collector.
Well, I mean, you're anal because you're anal. I mean, I think that's about it. You got your mindset about that screw down crown, and then you can't get this
That's
red,
it.
right? And that's it. Like,
You like
That's-
what you like, man.
It's the bloody truth. Fuck me dead.
So if you knew you did all this, how'd you end up with a Speedmaster? That's what I'm gonna ask you.
Because I only collect hype pieces that are hot at the time and then slowly dump them out the back when they lose relevance.
Yeah, I can't say I'm not guilty of that. I've done that, but I'm getting to a point in my collecting. I think I matured and realized what I like and where I want to be. It takes time, man.
I think that's it. But Joe doesn't like expressing his opinion as his opinion. He wants to say it's the absolute truth. It's a general statement. It's he's not satisfied with just saying it's his opinion. So a sports watch has to have a screw down crown.
I hear you, man.
Absolutely.
Joe
Absolutely.
seems to be a good person. You're as the Brits say, you're a good bloke.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, that's never in doubt. But he's stuck with that.
I've been called worse before. Let's be honest here, but I'll take it.
He wants a watch with a screw down crown as his sports watch. He wants a watch that he can hose down with abandon, and I understand that. I respect that, but that doesn't make.
I really don't think you could go wrong with the Tudor.
That doesn't make a chronograph less of a sports watch for that.
I mean,
think.
Can I be honest?
No, you
Nobody's
can't be
watching.
honest.
Nobody's watching, right? But
No.
I also got the Speedmaster because Tim actually sold me on the idea.
You got advice from somebody who's doesn't know what he wants either. That's the problem.
Yeah, actually, when you think about it, yeah, that's actually pretty fucked up and funny at the same time.
Because this is a guy who, ooh, look, it's shiny, it's nice. Oh, it's just, he gets easily distracted, and he'll tell you that. Hot
But
take.
it's the community's watch.
I'm actually on the chart. I'm definitely on the Tim Wrong side.
Oh, I'm on the right side of Tim, right? At least that's
I super chatted to be on Tim Wrong.
Dirk Diggler says, I want a watch that I can use a pressure washer with. And Thomas asks, what's the water resistance for the Moonswatch? And Aussie Expat says, should I get the manual? Because he just got
I believe the Moonswatch is only 30, I think.
3 bar.
Yeah, it's actually less. Yeah.
And probably no testing, unlike the Metas 3861. Cool.
Yes, I'm spooking the Tudor on you. I think the Tudor will, if you like it, a blue or black gilt dial Tudor would definitely do the job for you. It's 39 millimeters. They could be had cheap. Really is a good all around work watch.
But here's my problem, though. Here's my problem.
What's up? Be frank. Be frank.
Well, I'd be like Archie. I'd feel embarrassed to wear it. If somebody had a better watch than me and I shook their hand, I was wearing a Tudor Black Bay 58, I'd feel ashamed.
I don't think I don't think you lose points with a Black Bay 58.
Why do you think Archie sold his like a week later after he shook a hand of a fan that was wearing a Paddock World Time?
If do you really have all your self-confidence, masculinity, and everything else bound up in the watch that you're wearing?
I need a pan. That's what I need. The most masculine watch out there.
I do like that.
It's absolutely fucking massive. It's in your face.
But I'll tell you this much, Joe. Don't get a Tudor to replace that. It doesn't take the place of a Rolex. It's not going to do that for you. Don't expect.
I've got like 4 of them. So I've also had like 4 Black Bays in my past. So
Dirk, good night, man. He says, I'm going to put my Rolex on, strip naked, and flex.
Nice.
it's the only way to do it.
Well, guys, it's almost 3 hours, but I'm going to go a little longer tonight since we're at home and it's Saturday night.
It's the freaking weekend, baby.
If you have been watching the stream and you're enjoying the content, please hit the like button. Every vote counts. It all helps. Subscribe if you haven't. I'm trying to get the 1,000 subs. I'm trying to get the channel monetized. And in the meantime, if you can spread the link, if you can spread the work, share the link on other platforms, it helps a great deal. In either case, if you want to encourage me to run these sorts of streams and create more and original content, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com. That's lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV, which my friend Smoking Joe uses to contribute to the Clogged Toilet Fund. You can always join him and match him in his contributions. I think even George may have joined them on the Cash App. I don't know.
Yes. I told you I was going to wait till you got monetized, but I made a small donation.
That's what I was wondering about, so I couldn't quite tell. And George is a common enough name, of course, so you know.
No, I figured, it was good enough cause to support my, like everybody else should, support my friend, and everybody should support Lord, help him grow his channel. He gives good content. He's very intellectual. Everybody should. Don't have to sell. Everybody knows who's here, but everybody spread the word. It's much deserved.
BC, I love you, man. Thank you again for supporting me. Sounds like you need a Tudor sub that's been pressure tested. So he affirms your choice, Smoking Joe. Meatball says, save your money and get a Tag Aqua Racer. Expat says, Aussie says, Tudor is not a Rolex, but that's the point. And Jake Brooks says, Canelo didn't have it tonight. I completely agree. I also thought he was a little flat. I still gave him the benefit of doubt, but at the end of the day, Bivol came out strong. He was so composed. You're absolutely right. And he got better in the second half of the fight. So what else can you say? Full on John, love my Tudor 79, 73, 3N, but that Fiker is thick.
Which one is that?
Let's pull it up.
Is that a two-tone?
The S&G?
Not necessarily, is it?
Because I know 792-220 is the older one. 792-230 is the current one. The Black Bay. I don't know the 797.
Yeah, it's an S&G.
I think the only thing I know it's the 41 millimeter case, but I think the champagne dial.
Yeah, champagne dial variant. Okay, yeah, it's S&G.
Okay,
I had
the 41.
Two-tone. Yep, I had that one in black dial. I actually liked it.
Yeah, a friend of mine has this champagne dial, and he paid way under retail. He got a good deal on it, and yeah, it looks like a older two tone, 30. It looks really nice.
Hey guys.
Hey, Ozzy, how are you?
Good, good.
I was wondering if he was gonna hop on Ozzy. I seen you in the
I
chat.
was just getting my kid to bed, so it involves like half an hour reading books, and even then, it's not always successful.
This is Junior, right? The older one.
Yeah. The water resistant stuff, I think, is a really, really complicated topic.
Yeah.
Really, really complicated.
My problem, not to cut you guys off, but my
Oh.
problem with the SNG is the gold cap stuff. That's my problem with it. But nice watch.
I think it's
Ozzy,
fine for the price.
can you just take like a half an hour to lecture Joe to his face about this stuff?
No, I mean, there's a lot of hobbies.
What's that,
men
Ozzy?
get
Your
into.
connections? Lord, I think we're losing him. I think we're. Ozzy, are you still there? Ozzy, wave at the punters if you're still there.
There's a lot of bro science in a lot of us men's hobbies. Like it happens in firearms. Everyone like bitches and moans about different calibers, but they haven't actually seen any tests, and they guess what things will do. And the same with water resistance. I imagine like ballistics, it's like who knows what will happen until you test it. And most of us have never seen any of these watches tested. We don't know what works, what doesn't.
I'm gonna go to Coney Island Beach and test my Submariner. I'm gonna go down.
Pelagos is always a safe choice as well. Thomas is mentioning it. Fries, our man in Geneva, is in the chat. Bolon John confirms it's the two-tone BB41. Early morning in Watch City, Fry. Hey man, welcome to the channel. Jake Brooks also welcome back. Meatball, welcome to you. I know you are. It must be morning also where you are. Yeah, so continue, Ozzy, the bro science first thing.
Yeah. So I mean, Big Meech, Daytona off your list now.
Well, Daytona was never on my list. Honestly.
Okay.
I just never really liked the Daytona, and I don't hate it. It's just it's not something I'd ever buy because I feel like the screw down pushers are as much as I do favor water resistance. The screw down pushers are counterintuitive to what a chronograph is, right? You're going to time something, and what's the point of unscrewing something?
Depends. I mean, the screw down
something,
pushers aren't there for water resistance. They're there for function. As in, sometimes when you time something, it's very important that you get to time it. So you want to screw it back down to make sure you don't accidentally hit the stop again. So,
also, aren't you loving the circular logic as well? Because if it weren't screw down crowns, he was going to complain about water resistance. It is screw down crowns. Now he's complaining about the screw down crown. So it's
no, it's just, I mean, it is what it is. I mean,
what a great student of some other channel, who has.
I just learned from the best,
I'll tell you one thing, that Sparta dial Speedy, it looks good on your hand, man.
It looks great, man.
It does. Do a shot.
Why are you gonna sell that watch? Do not sell that watch. It looks good.
You know what my problem is? You know what the problem is? All these broke ass punters complaining about how the fucking NATO strap doesn't come with a watch. They're completely ignoring the fact. I mean, I've got it marked fair market value. At least I think so for what the market is. And they're complaining that the fucking NATO strap doesn't come with it.
Oh, you're talking about the 3861 versus the 1861. You're talking about like the NASA strap.
Well, I'm selling this watch, right? I'm selling it because it can't get wet. You can't get it wet. I mean, it got wet today, so I'm trying to dump it as fast as I can before it seizes up on me. But the problem is, like, every punter and their fucking mother is saying, like, "Oh, you're selling this watch for this much money, and we don't get the NATO strap with it." big shit. I mean, you're getting the bracelet, you're getting the box, papers, and everything else.
Did you
That's the
take
important
pictures
shit.
of the watch
You're
with
flipping
the-
out
with the
over
NATO?
a fucking NATO strap. Madon.
Did you take pictures with it with the NATO strap? That might be your problem because they might think it's
Well, yeah, I'm
included.
not gonna knock it off. I'm not gonna knock it off the NATO strap and then throw it on the bracelet just for picture day.
Yeah, that happens, man.
Meech, why not get a sub and be done? He has a sub. Just
Yeah, I
beat
got
the
the
crap
sub.
out of it. They do look good with wear on them. He has a sub and it looks great on him too. I don't know why he needs a Tudor on top of that.
I need a date sub. I need a date sub. I need a date function, honestly. That's what I need.
Why not the Pelagos, then?
It's too tall on me. I like the Pelagos. Don't get me wrong. It's too tall on me though.
Okay.
How about the FXD, the new one?
You want a date?
I mean that's more or less the same thing.
Yeah, that doesn't have a date, the FXD.
No, it's thinner.
And
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
what I'm
Oh, is
saying.
it?
It's
Well,
thinner.
okay, yeah, it's probably thinner because there's no date.
Yeah, it's thinner and it isn't thinner. So it is thinner in terms of case, but it requires a pass-through strap. So you're adding another 1.5 millimeters in all cases. Like there's no bracelet that will allow it to sit flush on your skin.
Hmm.
You know, you gotta admire, by the way, Joe for his inventive personal messages in every contribution he makes to this channel. Now he wanted me to add an adult magazine to my Spank Bank, and I thank you for your contribution, Big Mitch. Thank you.
You're gonna need to put a magazine rack in the bathroom.
I'll do my best, Joe. Thank you.
No, I mean, like, problem is, I actually probably would pick up a date sub at a reasonable price, though. That's the problem, though. Even at the 40 mil, they popped up a little bit here. And so, like a 40 mil date sub is pushing, 14, 15 grand. But with the market on decline now, who knows? I might be able to scoop it up for 12.
But I mean, wouldn't you potentially just trade, as in date sub for no date? Here's an extra 1,000 in your pocket to make the deal work. Is that
the only way I do that is if it was a 41 mil sub. That's where it would make more sense.
I'll tell you
getting
what.
a legit upgrade.
I'll tell you what. The 41 mil sub, I prefer it over the 40. Some people like the 40. Me personally, I think the 41 just wears so nicer. It's just more.
I've tried on the
anyone
41. I've tried on the 40. The lugs are stubbier, and it works out better that way.
Yeah.
I mean, I like my 40 on the Hulk, but that's because it's like a special piece, so it can have a little bit more character. But as a watch I want to wear every single day, the 41 is just better.
I think it's a good proportioned watch, the 41. Honestly,
the only downfall on the 41, the clasp is a little bit thicker than the 40, but it's not really. It doesn't bother me.
The only fault I'll give the 41, and it took me like more than a year to kind of realize it, is that first link coming off the end link of the 41, because it's now 21 millimeter. It's just a really big link. That's it. Like just observe it. Like if you just look at that link, that's a really big link. That first one.
You're talking about after the fixed link or the
the one that attaches to the end link.
Oh, okay.
That first link, it's a pretty big link.
Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because it's 21.
Now you'll not unsee it, but it's the only thing that I'd say is just slightly funny. Now it's proportion. They shouldn't have done anything else, but all the things that are better about the sub 41, that first link is now a little big. Not crazy, but a little big.
I like it. My wrist is, I want to say 7 1/4. For my wrist, it's perfect.
So this is Fries with Melo's recommendation. A Blancpain 50 Fathoms Ocean Commitment 3. The list price is quite salty, but he recommends the secondary market. I mean, it's a beautiful watch. I really don't like the special thing here. I mean, I like the color and I like the navy on the bezel as well, in addition to the dial.
I wish the date was at 3:00.
I wish that there weren't a date or nor the globe, but yeah, we can't. You
Yeah,
can't.
screw the globe, but I like how they match the date wheel color with the actual dial. That's
At least.
Yeah,
nice touch.
yeah, they put effort in.
So it's very discreet. And I mean, this is the recommendation he came up with because Joe said he wants a date function.
What's the size? What's the size?
That's a big.
40 and a change.
Oh,
This
that's
is-
only 40. Black pounds are usually
40.3, so about 41 for me, honestly.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe.
Black pounds
Maybe.
are bigger.
No, the standard version of the 50 fathoms, I think, is like 43. So it's a big
Well, I mean,
watch.
for me, I always kind of factored in. I kind of round up pretty excessively, so.
Like not the bathyscaphe, no. But
It's
250 in the
limited.
world.
It's limited to 250 in the world. Okay, well, that
yeah,
kind of
40.
makes
Well,
it
yeah.
interesting.
Now that makes it a little bit more special. But is that a note that you just had up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looked a lot better. I liked that. Much cleaner. I love no date watches.
No, sorry, that wasn't no date. It was just again because they do it on that same color. I'm trying to see if they have a no date in the lineup. I don't think so. They have a big date in the lineup, but that's of course at 6 o'clock, and it's much less discreet. But it is what it is. This is what it is.
Let's see.
Is that a beauty thing for you, George?
Yeah, I like the 58. Even though I wish it had a date, but it's just cleaner. I like the symmetry of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 50 fathoms is a very nice watch, but it's big, but it doesn't wear too bad. Honestly, I've
How
put it
thick
on.
is it?
Let's see. I put it on when I was in 15 and a half, basically 15.4. I put it on.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a chunky monkey.
And it wears quite well, but it's a big watch. I mean, it's a big boy.
Yeah, 15.2, or yeah, that's gonna be too tall for my wrist. Honestly.
Yeah, that's even bigger than
I
the
hate my
Black Bay.
fucking wrist so goddamn bad because like there's some watches I can pull off the fucking lugs, but it gets to the case thickness and I'm fucked. I seen a gentleman on Instagram. He had the Tudor Black Bay Pro on. His wrists were about the same as mine, and he pulled off the lugs, but the height is what got him. You know, it just looks way too awkward on his wrist.
You know what, Meech? I really wish that watch was 40 or 41 because now that they made the watch smaller, it's kind of like out of whack. I don't like the way it looks. It just looks like a really tall watch. Like the GMT 41 millimeter.
Have you seen them in person though?
I've seen a lot of pictures. I haven't seen them in person.
Yeah. I'd reserve judgment until I see it in person.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But
Hey, man, how are you doing?
I'm good. You?
Good. Nice to see you. What's up?
Just chilling. Just checking out different live streams.
All right.
cool.
All right.
Welcome to the stream, man.
What did you want to talk about?
So whatever. Really, I was just gonna kind of talk about whatever you guys are talking about.
Oh yeah, well we were talking about dive watches specifically. We were talking about 50 fathoms by a brand called Blancpain.
So, honestly, don't even know any watches, but you know.
All right. Sorry, Big George, we were saying something.
No. I kind of lost my train of thought, but it's okay.
No,
I mean, it's whatever. I mean, I'd still take this over a garbage Daytona any day of the week, to be frank. So, you know.
Man, you're digging those knives in me, man. Me and Ozzy.
My panda's no longer the panda; it's the trash panda.
Friend.
Fit for the bin.
Man. I mean, there's so many great watches that I want. It's just I couldn't pull it off. And then, look, I don't want to go to IWC. The only reason I don't want to go to IWC is I just know they'd be a bitch to flip out of, honestly. If
I'll
I
tell
didn't
you what,
like it,
though,
I'd be fucked.
that new IWC, the one with the Tiffany blue markers and everything, it's a nice watch. It was done really nicely.
You talking about the Chrono?
Yeah, the Chrono. I know that's not a dive watch, but it just came out because of the F1 in Miami, and really, really, really nice.
Yeah, no,
Was it
their
one of the
Chronos
three
are really
watches
nice.
on Hamilton's wrist the other day?
Yeah, I didn't realize he had another one on the right wrist as well. I completely missed out on
Yeah,
that.
he had 3 watches on. Yeah, I seen that.
Should have gone 4, but we know what the size his watch roll is now.
It's maxed out at 3.
Right here.
I support him. I support him. So he was protesting a notification that the drivers aren't allowed to wear jewelry.
Oh,
yeah?
okay. That's what
Yeah.
he's.
So,
All right.
So he doesn't normally do that. He's being silly.
But yeah, have a
that.
look at this
Okay.
watch, guys.
So
It's,
3
it's pretty cool.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's the hype color, isn't it? The so-called duck egg or Tiffany blue, whatever you want to call it. Robin blue. It is what it is, man.
You've turned down yes, I've turned down 2 Daytonas, by the way. I've turned down to answer Jake Brooks. I've turned down 2 Rolex Daytonas.
Okay.
Respect to you, man.
Well, the first
which
one
ones?
was so the first one was probably, this was well before Daytonas got not Daytonas, just Rolex in general got really hard to obtain. So the first one was a 2-tone Daytona black dial with the diamonds for hour markers. Now,
Okay.
to me, I don't like that. To me, it's Rapper's jewelry. I think Bear has that one, doesn't he? Pretty sure he
I
does.
don't know. Bear's got a lot of watches,
everything.
man. He's got like 2 Milgauss for no reason.
I just thought he acquired that one like a few months ago. Anyway, so I denied that one. That wasn't that retail. And then the second one, I got a phone call from my dealer up in Minneapolis, and they said, we've got a all steel black dial Daytona. Before we put it on the showroom floor, would you like it? And it was well over list. I think they were pushing 25.
This was a gray dealer
okay.
or a gray dealer or AD?
They're an AD that can sell pre-owned Rolex because
Okay.
they're independently owned. So I declined that one as well. So
I was offered the 2-tone in black. I turned that down, but that's close. I mean, that's probably the best one, the black dial and the 2-tone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can't argue with you guys on that. The 2-tone Daytona, and I'm a fan of 2-tone watches, but it's either you go full
That's the
precious
worst.
metal or you go steel on the Daytona.
Yeah.
I know you said this, but I kind of like the 2-tone Daytonas, actually. There's a supposed exhibition-only model at my AD with, in fact, diamond set dial, 2-tone Daytona with a black dial. And I think it looks great.
Oh yeah, those are the Daytonas they give out at the race, the 24 hours.
Oh yeah, 2-tone?
Yeah, that's definitely a 2-tone, but I don't know if
Yeah.
it's diamond dial.
No diamond dial. They just give out regular.
I just don't like diamond dial. It can be on anything. It can be on Paddock, Tagore. I don't like Rapper's jewelry.
Agreed. I wanted precious metal Daytona, and I will take any configuration, just no diamonds. That's the only thing. All of them are beautiful to be just not the diamond
One
ones.
exception. One exception is Cartier doing a full bust down. Just one exception.
I couldn't afford it. A Cartier doing full bust down on, say, a Santos, I imagine that's got to be like 150, 200.
I mean, it looks good. I mean, For some
Yeah,
reason,
yeah.
out of all the watches, the Cartier actually looks decent in a full bust down form.
Oh yeah, that's what people do now. They go on the secondhand market and they get these Santoses and they buzz down on. They go to 47th Street and it does look fantastic. It looks good, but you
I
gotta
like.
be some kind of person to pull that off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not that person.
I like the diamond set dial, quite frankly. When it comes to Rolex factory dials, I would wear it. I would wear it.
Yeah, no,
I'm too
I got a 30
poor.
dial, and I love diamond set dials on day dates, on Submariners. Um, I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
This is
I'm too poor. I need loom. I can't afford lighting at nighttime.
This is Jake Brooks's watch with diamonds on Oyster Flex. I think precious metal Daytona on Oyster Flex is so cool, man. It's
It is.
It is.
It is.
Oyster Flex is my preference.
On the Oyster Flex, I prefer the white gold though.
I'll take any.
I like the white
They're
gold.
all good. They all have the beautiful dials on them all. Blue dial on the white gold. That steel
Ozzy, that's
dial
Flipper's
on
talk.
Everose.
That's Flipper talk right there, Ozzy. Just saying, I'll take any.
I'm a big fan of contrast. See, the yellow gold one doesn't have as much contrast as the white gold one with the black subdials. I really like that one.
But they do have the JPS dial on the yellow gold one though.
Yeah, they do.
Joe Player Special.
Yep.
And it's the only one of matte black finish, which sort of matches the Oyster Flex.
The JJ's got that watch.
Yeah, I did a little bit of research. I couldn't tell why people were talking about that's like Paul Newman dial. I had to do a lot of research. Oh, they really mean JPS special, actually.
Well, the reason why they say Paul Newman, if I remember correctly, if you go really deep and do your research, Rolex designates the dial PN. That's kind of like so that's why they say Paul Newman. I can't confirm 100% for you, Aussie, but I remember those certain dials, they have them on the only on the precious metal, and if you look at the code numbers of the dial, it does say PN.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, no, you got to do some deep research. I tried looking for it too. I think it's kind of stuff that's probably only in the books.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Yeah, because you're not talking about the model number because that's
No,
just a number.
no, it's just
so
the
it's a
dial
part
number.
Yeah,
the dial number.
Yeah, these are cool, man. I like Ozzy said, I would take it in any metal on Oyster Flex. Honestly, it's I do like the rose gold with the so-called sundust dial.
Oh, the
Yeah,
Cameron
that's a favorite.
special.
What is it?
The Cameron special, I believe. Because he likes the rose gold as well.
Cameron has a name on a Rolex model.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
likes
of course.
he likes the Sundust. You're right, because it matches his skin tone. He told us.
Yeah,
But Ocean's got that.
It's for the
watch.
first
I mean, that's-
minority too, dubbed for the first minority ever, and watch history.
What is it?
It's for the first minority ever to
What
be in
did
watches. So
you say, Ozzy?
I think Ocean's got this watch.
Oh, he does. Well, that makes it infinitely less attractive. But hey,
I don't know. Does he have that? In,
Yeah,
oh,
I think
does
he
have
got
this
one like
watch.
about 4 or 5 months ago.
Yeah, he did a
Great.
video on
it comes
you're right.
presented in a pizza box.
Not diamond set though. Not these diamond.
No baguettes.
that looks nice.
You never could go wrong with a Daytona.
Oh on the black, you can hardly see the red Daytona writing at all. Guys with
Well, the
meiosis.
Daytona writing is tiny on any of them.
It's not the easiest watch to read. When you wear a Daytona, it's more, you're showing off. Even when you have a stainless steel.
Well, that's what I do like about the Speedy is like the fucking everything's large, right? So you can actually read the damn thing. But
Well, yeah, it's
the-
42 mil.
well, they made the dial intentionally large. They made it all dial rather than bezel and shit like that. But of course, yeah, I mean that is the downside of it's fucking large as fuck.
It looks good on your hand, though. It really does. I really don't.
It's certain angles. Like I mean, if I don't know, when my wrist swells up, it looks moderately decent. But like at certain angles, that actually I can pull it off.
But,
Other
yeah.
angles, it's clearly too big for me.
No, it looks great. It looks great. I'm giving you the outside opinion. That's a keeper, man. It really is.
I mean, I like the Speedmaster. I love it. I am a Speedmaster fan. Only if it had a screw and crown.
And if it had a screw down crown, you would complain about the screw down crown.
What are we looking at? Hoyer?
Yeah, Altavia 3646, stainless steel, nicely aged stop dials there.
It's a beautiful watch, but you couldn't get it wet because it's a vintage.
No, you can't even look at this watch the wrong way.
Yeah, it's like, do you remember Spinal Tap when he's showing off his guitar collection? He says, don't touch that one. But if you're playing it, it has this sustain.
It's a great movie.
Yeah, this is the Hoyer Octavias. A lot of the vintage Hoyer watches, Octavia, Monaco, of course, Carrera. They're all great watches, and they have been
these are built.
Valley.
Yeah, these are built with care. They were built with quality behind them. You won't find plastic spaces in these.
No,
if you do,
no,
it's very
you won't.
rare.
These was built just as good as Rolex in the day.
Yeah, I remember when Hoyer actually used to go toe to toe with. They actually used to be able to sit at the same table as Rolex and Omega.
The quartz crisis is what took them down.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, it's crazy. There was a time when Longines was the most desirable sports watch out there.
Alan Gildo says Speedmaster reduced. That's your jam, Meech. Honestly, I think that looks just fine. Meech, can you show it again, please? I think
the only reason I don't like the reduced is because it reduces your fucking watch clout. It reduces your credibility. So that's why I
Man,
don't
you're
like
on a
the
roll
reduced.
tonight, man.
that looks great.
It does look great.
It doesn't need.
Now,
everything.
admittedly, the
It looks
NATO
like $1
does
million
bulk
bucks, man.
It bulks it the fuck up, but it's still pretty big. But
It
I
does-
do like. I think the newer designs, the way they slope the lugs, it helps me out a lot.
Listen to me, Meech. That watch raised their watch game by like unsurmountable points. That really is a win in my book.
As you brought up the Hoyer, I think in the past there was a lot more variety of what people actually bought. At least that's what I get the feeling of. Like when I look at the older the movies get, the less I'm seeing Rolex. I'm just seeing all sorts of different watches, basically.
Right, but watches were affordable back then for the most part.
Well, Ozzy, it's also kind of like the wardrobe thing. In older movies, there wasn't like in this up until 80s or something. There wasn't a costume department. Actors would wear their own clothes to the set, to the movies. The appropriate clothes. Wherever, same thing with watches. Probably they were oftentimes wearing their own watches rather than being supplied something. Whether it was for an endorsement or something that they were given on the set to wear.
Exactly. James Bond's watch. The original watch was supposed to be an Explorer, I believe, and they didn't have that. Basically, somebody on the set had a Submariner, so that's what Sean Connery wore, and there we are today.
Wasn't it speculated, okay, in the book, the author was wearing an Oyster Perpetual white dial, right? And then it's never 100% written in the book.
No, it's not
if Bond is
100%.
wearing an Explorer or not.
Okay, it's been a while since I read Casino Royale, but as far as I remember, it just says Rolex in Casino Royale. It doesn't specify a model. People have speculated that it must be 1016, the Explorer, because Ian Fleming, the author himself, used to wear
Yes.
a 1016.
Yes.
So
You
they
touched on this the other day, Lord.
They assume that he must be thinking of his Rolex when he wrote about the Rolex watch. Then what
And
Big George
he
said,
always was kind of writing about himself.
in a way, yeah, you're right. He did have his own experience in the military and I think he was a naval officer.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fantasy book, right? It's like it's fiction.
Delusional fantasy.
So we're not saying it's autobiographical. It's just he pictured himself as James Bond.
Yeah, and again, what's Big George is saying is important too. As far as I know, it was one of the producers who gave him the 6538, the big crown Submariner.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Probably ripped off someone else's watch, a 17mm NATO.
Well, for many years, I can tell you this much: the NATO that everybody thought it was like a gray and black NATO for many years because they couldn't see the watch too well. But once they like remastered the film, the proper colors came about. So for many years, it was the people used to get the wrong NATO.
Actually, now that you say that, remastering can introduce things that weren't originally there.
True.
So who knows? Like when you talk about that level of detail, is it gray or is it green or something? I was like, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
that's not just another artifact. It's possible that it was green, or it's also possible it was gray.
Nobody's 100% sure.
Well, I mean, when it comes to reduced Speedmasters, I do like the Michael Schumacher ones they had, like with a red racing band and everything. But it's reduced and it's automatic, so I never went for it. But I think those are nice.
The one thing I don't like also now correct me if I'm wrong, but the reduced does not have like the cathedral style tachometer, right? It only has just like regular tack.
Say that
again. Am I wrong on that?
Sorry,
so like the reduced doesn't have like a regular tachometer, right? I mean, like the cathedral style tack.
Hello.
I missed you there, man. I didn't get it.
Just bring up, no, exactly. The reduced has a regular seconds hand. Essentially.
Yeah, that's a Schumacher.
Yeah, this is a Schumacher.
So it doesn't have like on the moon watch. It doesn't have like the cathedral style, And that's the one thing that always bothered me. Like on the
I got you. The handset is different.
Correct. Yeah, and it totally throws the whole thing off.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I still think it looks nice. I think it's its own unique thing, but it loses the lust of an actual moon watch.
Yeah, this is more a racing watch. I don't really think this is the Schumacher. It's different animal.
It is. It is. I kind of like it, but again, I never pulled the trigger on it because of the size and because of the automatic movement.
And let's get this straight. I'm the biggest Schumacher fan. He wasn't a classy guy. That's not. he's not a person you should emulate. He's a goat, but he's not a classy guy.
Well, I mean, classy, I don't know if I would put it this way, but kind of like Michael Jordan, who has like probably the worst outfits ever. But he does have a decent brand, that you can pick and choose from the Jordan catalog, and you can probably get a nice pair of sneakers that you actually like. You can get
Yeah, I'm sort of saying it in two dimensions. You're correct on the fashion. Like for the most of the part, he was associated with Tag, and then on the second part, his character, not exactly
I
the
kind of got
most.
what you're saying. Ozzy's basically saying, it's not always great to meet your heroes. Basically,
Yeah, it's not the guy I want an homage on my, like I don't need a tribute watch to him. Basically,
I got you. I don't know his personal character. I don't know too much about him, his background, but yeah.
oh, he's a
I
goat,
got
but I mean, he's completely unsportsmanlike. Like if you want to epitomize a sportsman that will win at any cost, that's Schumacher. And
Well, yeah,
you
like,
love him for it, but you don't want to be his
Tiger
friend,
Woods
or
is kind
definitely
of
not his
the
enemy.
same way with all the problems that he had. I own a Tudor Tiger Woods, and you're like, it's like, well, Tiger Woods is two sides of the coin. All the things that he done and everything. I'm not going to get into it, but yeah, it's like,
Did he do anything that bad?
oh, he just likes women.
That's I don't know.
Do anything that bad?
He just slept with a lot of women, but
Yeah.
golf is a very about character, and he lost a lot of sponsorship.
He was never accused of cheating on the course.
No, he was never accused of cheating, but some people didn't like the way he acted on the course.
Really? I mean, he was a little bit out there with some fist pumps.
He used to break clubs. He used to do. He had a bit of an attitude on there, man. I've seen him play.
Yeah.
He was no what was the guy's name? John, the guy who gets drunk, smokes cigarettes.
Daly.
He's an Aussie.
Yeah. No, he's American.
He's American?
Yeah. He's from the South, John Daly. He's
John
absolutely
Daly, yes.
a legend.
John Daly, yeah. He's a man, that's somebody who yes, you're right, he is American. I don't know why he thought it was Aussie.
Raw talent, man. Absolute raw talent. He said he never practiced.
Yeah.
And I believe him. And then he just goes ahead and wins the British Open. They have to let him in the club. That's the rules.
I've seen a 60 Minutes interview, and he's like, he blew all his money gambling.
Yeah, many times over, but he still gets millions a year.
Of course,
just from sponsorships. He's still a goat in his own way.
Imagine if that guy didn't, he just put himself 100% at golfing, how good he would be.
That would never have been him, though. Right? That's just
no.
It's like if he was a different person, he would be better. It's like, well, that wouldn't be him.
But yeah. I'm
of two minds when it comes to those sorts of rules. Just now, Aussie Expat was talking about how Lewis Hamilton is basically trolling them for all these rules about no jewelry. Similar rules in Wimbledon, in golf courses. In basketball, in NBA, for example, they have strange rules.
Well, yeah, they can't wear headbands. They can't do certain things.
Or no, I mean, they have to have entire outfits for game day. Have to arrive in team suits.
They have to wear suits. They have a dress code.
No way, they got to arrive in suits. Jeez.
I'm of two minds when it comes to that. Honestly, I do understand that athletes should be role models in one way or another, but to put that in a straight jacket that has a uniform outside of the court, and these sorts of high school, boarding school level control, it somehow irritates me. I mean, it's yeah.
Well, golf, it's just it's part of the game of golf. On the FIA ruling for Formula One, it really was only about wearing jewelry in the car itself. They talk about degrading the performance of fire retardation, like if you've got a watch on, could prevent them from pulling you out of the car and things like that. So they really did explicitly talk about like why it's not allowed in the car.
Okay, I can see that. Even though, of course, it goes against a certain ethos of the whole history of racing and chronographs, etc. And it probably does bad business for IWC and some others. So I can see.
Well, they have resolved that. So if you look at Lewis Hamilton's glove, there is a picture of an IWC watch printed on the glove.
Jake Brooks.
I'm not joking. They
made a good
print
comment.
they print a picture of the watch on the glove.
Okay, I mean, it's not like they're actually using a chronograph while they're racing at this point. So I guess as long as he gets it on his livery, on his uniform, it doesn't matter, huh? Jake
I'll
Brooks
see if I
is,
can find.
yeah, Tiger won something like 20 majors, brought an entire sport to be cool daily is a fun. Good take. I like this.
Yeah, I liked that comment. That was a good take.
Well, look, Tiger, I mean, you may or may not like him. He's a legend of the sport and off sport, period. I mean, that guy did so much to
He opened up many doors too.
Yeah. And I mean, not only opened up the doors, but also he did make golf cool for a whole new generation of people.
Is it even possible to make golf cool? I mean, to be frank.
No, I mean, I'm saying this as someone who wants to poke his eyes out whenever I see golf on TV. But again, at least there is some interest.
Tiger Woods was the most known athlete at one point in the world. He was like the biggest.
This is comical. Look at this, guys.
Looks terrible.
Yeah, that looks terrible. And look at it. It's at 10:10. That's even more funny.
You could see it on camera, so that's a good thing about it, I guess.
Fascinating. But thanks for pulling up that picture, Ozzy. 10:10 display only. Exhibition. Yeah, IWC wouldn't sell him watches, and they just gave him an exhibition.
Yep.
Or I remember when we were in elementary school, we would bite into our wrists and then draw a watch, with a pan on it. It kind of looks like that. Oh my God. Guys, we're in the last stretch. We will go for another 20 minutes or so. If you have not upvoted yet, please do. Every vote counts. If I get more likes on a video, it increases my exposure. Spread the word, share the link. It really helps me grow the channel, reach 1,000 subscribers, get monetized. Until then, if you want to encourage me to create more original content and run live streams like this, please consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com. That's lordhellespontv@gmail.com. And I also have a Cash App at LHVVV, $LHVVV. What is this, Aussie Expat? Explain to us, please.
Just knowing that Leclerc, even though sponsored by Hublot, doesn't get the printed watch. No watch for him.
Yeah, he has this on his livery, but that's about it. Frank B. Tiger would screw anything that moves. Still MVP. Did you had you guys heard? I think it was Quincy Jones who said Marlon Brando and Richard Pryor were lovers, and people were raging and like, why are you talking behind behind the back of a dead man and whatever. And they asked Richard Pryor's widow, and she said, "Yeah, oh yeah, but Marlon Brando in those days, whenever he got drunk, he would even have sex with the heater and then send it flowers in the morning. So anything.
The wife's got a sense of humor.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's Richard Pryor's wife, so I'm sure she got only by immersion, osmosis, or something like that. She probably gained some sense of humor.
Good one.
Big Meech, thank you for boosting me. Send money now. Lord needs funds for his dirty magazine collection. And by dirty magazine, he also, of course, means watch books, guys. Some pages do get sticky in time, but it's only for the love and passion of the watches.
Do those sticky magazines get sent out to Mike the Snake for him to try and read? Well, thanks, Lord, for the gift, but some of these pages are kind of hard to read.
Oh man,
I love like when so much tension on Archie's channel, and then get Mike up telling the story about him going to the AD.
he's gonna tell that story a few more times. I think he should
for the rest of our lives, not forever.
I think we should dedicate a day of the week. Like he should go to his AD like every Wednesday, for example, and then talk about it on every Thursday. That could be great.
That would be fine.
He'll have his own segment. Yep, watch.
But he'll never go again. He'll never go again. He'll just be happy telling the same story.
Because I went to the AD today to
waiting patient.
Get my root beer.
Wait, say do that pause again.
He's always lean back. Arch, you got. I went there and I said hi. I said my name's Mike the Snake, and Mike, and I want a root beer at retail. Oh, fuck. I love you, Mike. I love you. If you ever see this, I love you, Mike. Truly, I do.
But I like, that's a pose that he started doing very recently. I feel like, someone told him, like maybe to stay calm, to sit a certain way and just like put his hands together, de-stress, unwind. And it seems to be working. It seems to be working wonders. I like this.
Sensei Mike the Snake.
Yeah, new Mike. Mike's email address to his AD has Mike the Snake. Yeah, but look, I mean, it's.
I wouldn't doubt it.
It's okay. I think. I mean, that's his name. That's actually a nickname people call him in real life. His friends. So.
Well, I just hope he didn't actually say that at the AD, because yeah, remember I told you when he said that all he's like, yeah, I'm gonna go in there and say hi. My name's Mike the Snake. I mean Mike. He's like, no, don't say that.
Scotty, come on, Meech. Even I wouldn't diss Snakey. That's fucking low. He's not
maybe a little, but I mean, Mike knows I love him.
Scott, again, I think you're speaking out of turn. This guy actually did things for Mike that no one else has. He's just making an impression. That doesn't qualify as a diss.
I actually got Mike. Speaking of Mike the Snake, I actually got his package sent out. I sent him a little extra for the wait, but yeah, that stuff has been sitting on my desk for like a month. I feel kind of bad about that. I don't know, but yeah, he should enjoy these next few things that are coming his way.
I thought I was just checking Instagram because Big Meech had sent me a post. I thought it was something watch relevant, but I'm struck by.
Pull it up, Lord.
You like plastic. If you like plastic so much, sell that watch and get one of these moon watches.
Well, I just assumed since you waited in line for what, 2 hours for a plastic watch? I mean, I assumed it was right up your alley.
I'm kind of over the plastic moon squatch phase, but
you are.
I wouldn't get one.
no.
Say it again.
No,
Say it again.
no, I wouldn't get one. I honestly wouldn't. I wouldn't get one. I
wouldn't get a
only got
second
it
one?
because they were treating me nice. They were
You
treating
wouldn't
me
get a
nice. I
second
got
one?
sold. Sorry?
You wouldn't get a second one because you're
No, I wouldn't even gotten one. Like if I had to even stand in line at all, I wouldn't have bought it. I wouldn't have gone out of my way. Like
I might-
she initially said come back at midday the next day, and I said no, I'm not coming.
I have a friend who might have a Connect, because now they're acting like Rolex ADs. They have them, but they're hiding them. Now you got to make connections and everything.
Mhm.
It's getting too complicated for a plastic watch.
Yeah.
But,
no, I got the hookup. I got the watch. I didn't have to wait.
Cool.
But it's not worth it. Like I mean, it isn't. It's very much a plastic watch.
Ozzy, how much
there's
jewelry?
no-
How many Krispy Kremes did you have to bring in to get a plastic moon watch at retail?
No, so the staff actually saw my live stream of the event that was launched, so they were pretty stoked.
Cool.
That's what you should have done, Lord.
What should I have done?
Live streamed your experience going up to San Francisco. Is that right? And then maybe the staff would have.
You probably had a nice live stream. If I did a live stream, I would have raged like for 10 hours and talked all kinds of greasy shit about them, and they wouldn't.
I didn't bother getting in line, so I spared myself any of that kind of pain. I did the live stream. I was just walking around talking to people who were in line.
Well, even Tim didn't even get one. He kind of did the same thing, but
No,
eventually
Tim got one.
He did it drunk, but you know,
No,
same tomato.
He got one in Las Vegas, the store that I went to.
But but then he gave it to Carlson Croner, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, because he wants the Birkin.
I need the Birkin.
Why not?
That shocks
Jason17 says the swatches look really cool on normal watch straps. Yeah, I haven't seen many.
The one it comes with isn't as bad as I thought it would be. It's a lot more supple than it looks like. It looks like it's too stiff. There's actually nothing wrong with the strap it comes with.
Our friend Toyota Mo has Uranus, and he put a rubber right strap on his. And it looks good.
Not mine.
I understand.
But,
my friend. He's my friend.
No. Uranus, I said, and I said, not me.
Oh, I got you. I didn't hear what I misspoke for you. I apologize.
No, man. I'm just trolling, man. I think that's just very fascinating that they chose that for the Tiffany blue.
The movement on that watch has a weird sub-second timing feature. I couldn't tell what the hell was happening. So the top right sub-dial it goes from 1 to 10. And I think it tracks the hours normally, but then when you hit stop, it moves to some other location. And it looked random to me. I'm like, what the hell is this? Where's it going? And I figured out that I think it's telling you what 10th of a second you stopped on, because it'll stop, like it'll say if you're under 1 hour it'll be a 0, and then when you hit stop it'll spin to which 10th of a second you stopped on. So that's interesting, confusing. Oh, and the pushes on the Moonswatch feel better than the real Speedmaster. No, I'm serious. The
I know.
the
I'm
3861
laughing
feels
because
terrible.
the Speedmaster's a big money watch, and a Moonswatch is $260. So
Yeah. No, but what did strike me is like when I first got my 3861 is the to actually the start stop on the chrono. It's horrible. There's a little bit of creep, and it feels like you're breaking it every time. I shit you not. It's probably like maybe a 15, 17 pound pull force to get that thing to snap.
is your
It's just too much.
is your chrono hand aligned? Because Tim's is misaligned like one notch. He showed it to us.
Mine are aligned.
That would
And
annoy me.
I didn't inspect it. I had mine delivered. So
Nice.
But
Yeah, that would annoy me as hell if mine was like misaligned, because he showed us one time he let the chrono run, he aligned it, stopped it perfectly, and then when he reset it, it just goes back misaligned.
yeah, I loop every watch I accept. So yeah, I would have spotted that. You got it, because I mean, even Rolex, they have issues.
Of
Like,
course.
not many, but you know.
My Tudor, the bezel is misaligned. I'm not very not enough to to go bother and be without your watch for
Which Tudor?
a couple of weeks. The 58
Okay.
bezel is not perfectly aligned.
I've seen a number of Pelagos in the case with misaligned bezels. Like
My fucking
more often than
Speedmaster
not,
is like
actually.
misaligned. Timmy did too.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's what we were just talking about.
Sucks.
Why did you take it?
Why did I take it?
Like, if it's misaligned, why did you take it?
I on the 58, it was the only I got it like a month after release, so it was I kind of ordered it. I was like, and I didn't really notice it till like weeks later.
Okay. Yeah, I take a loop to everything now. Like, it's just for your peace of mind.
J617 is asking our expert on fashion watches, since he's the only one who owns a Cartier Santos. Big Mac, what are your thoughts on the new Versace watches?
I'll be honest, I have no idea what he's talking about. Just give me a minute to Google it here. I'll give you an honest 1 minute review here, just a sec.
Yeah, so a lot of people have said this, so you can read it out first.
Brown G-Force. Swatch is a nice watch for a teenager. Will probably get my son one. I think it could be a great starter watch for someone who
it's not.
won a wristwatch before. Could be.
Why is that, Ozzy? Explain.
So I got the Mercury thinking that this is going to be like my replacement for a Casio or something like that. A quartz piece, not have to worry about. It is not a Casio. It is not built like a Casio. It feels flimsy and it feels like it'll break.
So it's not built tough.
Yeah, and the glass sits pretty high on it, and paper will scratch that glass.
Oh, you know what? I've seen a video, Ozzy, of a guy. He, I think it was Random Rob. I'm not 100% sure, but basically he had
he borrowed his friend's one,
and he didn't put in all the way. He left it sticking out a little bit, so when he closed the box, because it opens up like 2 ways, it opens up like basically like a book, and when he opened it up, the whole thing was all scratched. He had to get polywatch and buff it out.
Yeah. Though in the box, the watch sits very, very, very close to the top, and I think most, like, even when I opened mine, I think it was actually touching the box as well. But when it ships, it has a little sticker on the glass, and there are a lot of scratches on the sticker. So if you didn't have that sticker on it when you put it in the box, so no. So he blames himself for that. But simply putting that watch in that box again without a sticker, I think that would do it. So he probably is to blame, but it also could not have been just the simple act.
It goes to show you that, like, to your point, how fragile the watch is because of the, you think it would be a little bit tougher that it could withstand a little cardboard box, a little friction.
I'm not too sure you could buy a watch for $260 or less that is less durable than this.
Ooh.
Right? Like
Ooh.
almost anything. An F91 is more durable than that. Yeah, it's really not. I only got it because I was treated special. I got sold. I'm not, now I say thank you, but it was a fun experience. But I wouldn't buy it.
I got you. You wouldn't go
Ozzy.
out of your way.
Yeah.
Ozzy, would you buy a fake one if it was built better? I mean, I think technically it is, isn't it? Because it's using actual glass.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. Well, probably not. I mean, I've got a Speedmaster. Why do I need? Like, honestly, a real Speedmaster is pretty durable.
Right, but I'm just saying, just for shits and giggles, you know.
Yeah, you're not gonna get that message through to Joe. I think, Ozzy. I know you're trying subtly, but he's just convinced it's not the watch for him, and there's no rational conversation to be had there. He just doesn't want it anymore.
It's not fucking water resistant.
Says Casio Pro Trek is better than Moose watch. Big Meat says I would rather buy a Versace over a Grand Seiko. Jay says sounds legit. And
Honestly,
Scotty,
God, those Versace watches look like dog shit. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they fucking look awful. For the price, fuck me dead.
is it even a worse fashion watch than Cartier Santos?
It's fucking worse than a fucking Nixon. That's what it looks like. It looks like an overpriced fucking Nixon. Jesus
Ooh.
Christ.
Show us what it looks like. If you got a phone, flip it. Let us see.
Here, just bring it up again. Fucking hell.
You good? You good, Jay? You're doing all right? Are you okay? Yeah? Good? Okay.
Good, no?
All right,
appreciate
all
it.
right.
What is that?
I see nasty colors.
The Versace
Ooh.
watches. Look at these shitters. There you go. Got a Daytona there.
Those look like fossils.
There's
got
an
a Patek. Got a Patek right here.
Nasty.
His name nasty.
You know what
shitters.
what I hate most? They haven't even tried to come up with a cohesive line of their own. It's just like a bunch of second-rate copies of some other watches.
I wouldn't even call these second-rate, Lord. I'd say these are like fucking third-rate.
Fourth, maybe.
These are
I
just
mean,
awful.
Yeah.
I think Hermes is a very good fashion brand with good watches. They got nice skeleton watch. I like the what is it, the H12? I think it's the H12. I like them, but they're expensive. They're expensive for what they are, but they're nice watches. They do a much better job than Versace.
Even Gucci's line looks better than this. Again, at least it has it has kind of its own look.
Yeah, I agree with you, Lord. They're not trying to be something they're not. They're a fashion watch. They know it. They got a formula and they stick to it.
Oh, I'd take a Polo over this, honestly. And Polo's not even a fucking decent strap.
I'll definitely take a Polo over that. And they're not cheap either, those Polos.
I just want to put in one last word on the Moonswatch. If you held it in person, which most people never did before deciding they wanted to line up, if you held it in person, you would realize why the people at Swatch underestimated the demand for it.
It's that fucking cheap.
Why do people really? Why would that many people really come out for this? We're charging a little bit more than our other watches, and it's really not that good.
The way you're explaining it, like if another brand was to come out and do this watch, they'd probably charge like $60. That's the way you're making it sound.
Yeah, honestly,
you make it sound like if you drop it, the thing's gonna shatter.
Around $60. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Wow.
Bezel says Louis Vuitton actually makes some cool watches. Bear has a Tambour street diver. I do disagree though. I don't know.
Do you think you honestly like? What do you think the thinking was behind that? Like, do you think it was just like a spur of the moment thing, or you just like screw it? I got like money burning in my hole in my pocket. I'm just gonna buy a Louis Vuitton.
Who knows? I mean, maybe someone tipped him about it. Like, it's not. Look, I mean, it's not the worst looking watch. So I do agree with Basil's at some level. It's not the worst looking watch, but is it a watch that you would pay $6,000-$7,000 out of the door for something that has no heritage, no anything, and it's going to be soft as dog crap in the secondary market? Maybe someone told him that there is something behind it that might, maybe it's very limited and they're going to discontinue it right away and somehow someone else is going to speculate it. Who knows? SV Tank says, look, this is a good reading of the situation. The only fashion brand worth owning is Cartier, maybe for men, definitely for women.
That's a jewelry brand, not fashion.
I'm in the camp of Cartier is not really a fashion brand when it comes to watches. They got some chops when it comes to watchmaking.
No, look, I'm just trying to get under Joe's skin here, but
no. Honestly, I see Cartier as a fashion brand, much like I would see JLC as a fashion brand.
See them more as a jewelry house.
Except the only difference is JLC actually has like horological like legitimacy, but their designs are very, or maybe not their designs, their purposes are very limited. Cartier doesn't. Cartier has horological significance, but again, they suffer the same kind of Achilles heel as JLC, and you can't get them wet. They're one-geared watches, meaning that they're only for dress occasions. So they kind of share the same DNA in that regard of being a fashion watch, and I think that's being called spade a spade.
I think most brands would kill to have two iconic, watch designs, and arguably more, right? Because Cartier has Tank and then Santos. That's more than brands with real horological heritage.
Yeah, better than Vacheron Zero.
Time. So it's
look at
has nothing to do with
they only have one.
JLC has, of course, nothing to do with a fashion brand, but again, that's just Joe.
I mean, it's just fact, though. It's just fact. It's been written up now. It's official. It's been confirmed.
JLC
used to make movements for Cartier too, by the way.
Yes, they did.
They also used to be a sports watch too, and now look at them.
The Reverso, you could argue, it's more dress.
No, there's
but
no way you
can
get the Reverso as the true sports watch.
I mean, you can look. I'm a big defender of the Reverso, but I think at this point, you can say it's a dress watch that has a sporty face. That has sporty aspects, features. You can bring out something sportier and more dynamic out of it, maybe with a change of straps. But yeah, it's not a sports watch in year 2022.
Right? It's a sports watch.
And Joe is not right about a lot of things. So when he's right, you have to recognize it, please.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So jokes aside, actually, suppose you could say Chopard, and somebody just said Mont Blanc, and what's that other? I can't think of the other brand right now off the top of my head, but they're kind of an oddball one.
Bulgari.
Carl FB Buscher, if I'm saying that right. I would say they're also fashion brands as well.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so they sell this for 180. This looks way better than the Moonswatch. Looks like a metallic.
I think it does.
I see that watch.
The dial looks excellent. It's not just paper. It's not just printed paper like on the Moonswatch.
It's the same movement, though, right? Basically.
plus a date.
Yeah, without the date.
Ooh.
It's
Yeah. And look at it, it's a sort of nice, sort of integrated rubber strap. This looks way better than the Moonswatch and will last longer. It won't biodegrade on your wrist.
You know what, Ozzy? You talked me into it. I'll buy your watch at a discount since you don't like it so much.
It's all right.
Honestly, I really did want it to be sort of like a Casio replacement, like it'll become my beta, but it is not beta grade. It's not tough enough.
This Basil's Bezel, I actually agree. Bulgari.
Yes,
and
Bugatti.
that's why they are trying so hard to win all these horological awards and break those records, because they are trying very hard to establish horological legitimacy. And I think I think Octo Finissimo is a cool watch in steel, especially. The titanium one is a little too stark and monotone for me. But yeah, can't disagree with that. They are a fashion brand. They're a jeweler. They're like a prestige jeweler, just like Cartier.
Yeah, even Tiffany. Yep.
Yeah, Tiffany. Of course, Tiffany's makes their own watches too. That's absolutely correct.
Oh yeah, Tiffany. You could definitely argue is a fashion brand only.
J617 brings up a good point.
In Tiffany, I would say there's a difference from a fashion house to a jewelry company. Yeah, Bulgari, Tiffany, Cartier, those are more jewelry than fashion. If you wear the Moonswatch in rain, it will melt away like the foam dinosaurs.
That the Octo we're looking at, the back of it, the movement.
Yeah, that's a micro rotor in platinum, and then these bevels are apparently started with a machine but hand finished. The stripes are quite nice in person, I have to say.
The original design was by Gerald Genta, correct?
The original Octo was by a Gerald by Gerald Genta, I think, but this is an updated design, so it's not by him technically. It's a Genta inspired design.
It's kind of like the VC, like the overseas is inspired by the 222. It's kind of like that.
But the 222 is not a Genta design either. 222
Yeah,
was
no. I'm just saying, like, it's inspired by, like, the Vacheron overseas is inspired by the 222. They took elements and then made it their own.
Not the same thing, because this is actually based on a Genta design, whereas that's done by someone else.
Yeah.
It's a little different.
I gotcha.
Frank B says Octo is just overpriced for me. It's nice, but not that nice. Again, look, if you don't like the design, it's not even worth $100. Let's not mince words here. But if you do like the design and you try it in person, you look at it in person, you look at the finishes, all those layers and steps that go into the case, the contrast between, brushed satin and mirror polished parts, etc. If you're into that sort of thing, which is the whole steel integrated bracelet, sports watch, luxury thing, and the movement. I mean, this movement is better than the movement that 5711 has in it. This is a better movement than the 3-2-1 movement that Patek Nautilus has in it. SC3-2-1, I think that's what it's called. Better decorated, better horologically, whatever you wanna call it.
Lord, let me ask you something. Would you take this over a Gerard Perigo Lariato?
Easily.
Yeah, definitely.
Not even the way this wears on your wrist. It's so thin and so like not even, you don't even have to go to titanium. In stainless steel, it's so thin, so light that you would forget about it. But it's a very big watch actually, so it has a lot of presence instead of just bringing your wrist down. It's just, it has a very interesting balance and charm to it. It's very unique. It's not for everyone. I'm not even sure it's for me, but it's a nice watch.
This has more chops than a Laureato.
Yeah, Basil says Janta started with an Octo. Years later, Bulgari made it thin. Yeah, finissimo. I tried on that same one, just hard to wrap my head around the price. Maybe because it's a Bulgari. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got some stigma.
Frank B said if it said Patek on it, we would think it's a deal, obviously.
Oh.
And yes, Jara Janta brand, I think since 2000s, it has been, or 2004 or something, it has been part of the Bulgari brand. Alan says, I like the Bulgari design, can't shake the feeling that I'll trip, fall, bend the entire timepiece in half. It seems so fragile, always has since I saw the first one. Yeah, it is ultra thin, so it's probably not as robust as a Rolex or modern Rolex Oyster case. Let's not confuse things here. Goldberg.
I think I can bend a coin that is that thin. Never mind something.
It's like a Roman. It's like a Roman coin. It's like a Roman coin. Okay. 548 Skin says, Snake, come back. You can have all the leads. Guys, I've been trying to convince Mike the Snake to open his own channel. Please, when Snake comes back, convince him to open his own channel, run his own streams. I will help him. I want him to have his own thing.
I'd definitely tune in to see Mike the Snake.
Jay says, Big Mac, that's Cam's next power move. He's plotting to corner the entire gray market on Laureato.
Cam and the wristwatch cartel.
If the Bulgari, if the structure was provided by the sapphire sheets as opposed to the metal, and sort of like the sapphire sheets were like a cartridge inside of the case, where if you bent do you get me? Like, I think the sapphire could, if the sapphire was structural, it's possible it would hold up. I don't know.
I think they will come up with different materials over time. I'm guessing they will have a ceramic one quite soon. Titanium should be a little more robust than the steel, is it? Would it be?
Depends on the steel. Steel is typically stronger than titanium. Depends. There's all different types of strengths and stuff like that. So,
yeah, the best titanium you can get is grade 5, right?
Well, it depends what you mean by best.
We were talking about,
like, there's lots of overlap between the properties of all these different metals.
Yeah. I don't want to get into it.
Yeah, like there's scratch resistance, there's tensile strength, there's malleability, there's breaking point. There's all sorts of different things. Like, to protect a movement, you want it extremely, how do you say, brittle, where it doesn't flex and would just snap eventually, but that snap point has to be very, very high. That's not titanium, nor is it really steel. I guess ceramic and sapphire are really the ideal things for that.
They already have a full sandblasted ceramic case. Apparently, it's more expensive, but they do have it. Let's see. What's going on there?
Mm,
The ceramic case. I mean, in titanium and in ceramic, it's a very monotone watch. So I'm not sure if I like it as much in visually.
I prefer just watching chronograph.
Huh?
I like the chronograph version.
Hmm. Yeah, I kind of.
But yeah, the Octa, it's known for its thinness, but I like the it gives it. I'm all about contrast, so I like the subdials.
Yeah, I'd be nervous if I bumped into a doorway or something like that. I'd fuck the movement over.
I think
Imagine
it's.
having that the world record one, the one that's that thin. Imagine how fragile that watch is.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to worry about it. I think that's like $800,000 watch or something like that, and there are like only 8 produced. Anyway,
At
it's an
least you'd
interesting.
have the NFC if you break it.
Guys, so we have 4 more minutes. I will ask my panelists to deliver their final words. But until then, if you have been watching and enjoying the content, drop a like. Every vote counts. I really appreciate your support. Share the link on other platforms, spread the word, and help me get to 1,000 subs. I'm trying to get the channel monetized, so it helps a great deal. But until then, if you want to encourage me to run these live streams, if you want me to make a personalized video for you, or if you just want to encourage me for creating new and original content, I'm going to post 2 videos next week. I'm resuming again my philosophy content. I had one 2 days ago. I'm having one tomorrow. So if you want to encourage me in putting out those contents, you can consider a PayPal donation at lordhellespontv@gmail.com. That's lordhellespontv@gmail.com. And I have a Cash App too. That's $LHVVV, $LHVVV. Scotty says Octo will keep the record for thinness until 3D printed watches come out. Fries with Mayo says thanks. SV Tank, I brought Time Bomb 2 up on that screen. Didn't look great to me. I don't know. Maybe it's an interesting piece of design. I haven't heard of it before. But anyway, MLMJ says for the Octo Finissimo, nice, but too thin for me. Guys, do you have anything to add on the Bulgari conversation or any last word that you want to share about today? Watch related, boxing related?
Yeah. So I think the Octo Finissimo is like 1.8 millimeters. That new one, right?
Oh yeah,
World record.
Yeah, the world record one. Yeah, I think it's 1.8. I think you're right.
I think the F91W is like 3 millimeters. Just get yourself a Casio. That's a nice thin watch. It's lovely on the wrist.
I mean, I think they apply to different price segments. Let's put it like that. You know, I think. But you're maybe right, because at that level, you know, if you're a billionaire, you're probably either wearing Casio or like a Swatch Jellyfish or an Apple Watch or something like that. So maybe that is the option rather than getting a, you know, ultra thin next level Octo Finissimo. You would be better off with the. Do you know the story about those watches, by the way? What is F91W? Is that what it's called, the number?
Yeah.
At some point, American soldiers would just no question pick up people off the street in Afghanistan and other places who had this watch because it was the Al Qaeda watch. Like all the members had it. It was kind of like their mil-spec watch.
Ooh.
And I think it was adopted initially because they used them for IEDs because of their timing functionality. So
Yeah, is used a lot in bomb making.
yeah, speaking of watches with nasty histories,
Yeah.
that's one for you.
Well, there's pictures of Bin Laden with an F91.
Yes, there is. I was just thinking about that. Amazing.
Casio to sign on a new brand ambassador.
I mean, look, the grizzly anti-Semite wears precious metal Daytona. He's still a miserable excuse for a man. If he were wearing a Casio, I think that will be the same. A good watch will still not save you when you don't have character, and a bad watch doesn't make it much worse if you're already an evil man. So, hey. Good night, Scotty Clark. Good night, J617. Alan Gildo, you are absolutely right. It was just, yeah, the guy was harmless, man. He didn't say anything. He didn't hurt anyone. He was just playing along and enjoying himself, seemingly. So I didn't do anything. He comes back. I'll still welcome him, of course. No problem. No problem. Everyone is welcome on this stream as long as they're not disruptive and they're not bigoted and they're not attacking and targeting other people. What about you, Big George? Anything to add?
Basically, everybody like and subscribe to Lord. This is the only channel where you can get boxing, intellectual talk, philosophy. We basically covered a ton of bases. So you're not going to get that on too many other watch channels. So
Thank you.
Support Lord.
Thank you for your kind words. You have been a great friend and supporter, Big George. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. Thank you for having me.
Joe, your position on sports watches. What are the features you're looking for in a sports watch?
Ooh, three things in a nutshell. One, it has to be hot, right? It has to be desirable. It has to be unobtainable. That's what makes a sports watch, right? And then two, it has to have the quality of a sports watch, right? Durable, robust. It has to be able to get wet. And then lastly, chicks gotta dig it, right? Chicks love sports cars, sports jackets, sports watches. Just gotta bring in the chicks, man.
I don't know if you described a woman or a watch, Big Meech.
I mean, technically, it can go both ways when you're describing them, but yeah.
Oh yeah, the water resistance on the Octofinissimo is 100 meters, by the way. So it's fine. It's okay. It's all right.
There's no way.
Does it have a screw and crown?
There's no way. You see the crown? It's got a sideways crown with a gear that interacts directly with the movement. How is it possible to have a seal on that?
Hey, I'm
not
sure
water resistant.
that's the kind of brand that would you give them that watch, they give you another one. I think that's how it will work out. That's their warranty, probably. You're right. You're right. I don't know.
That's
I don't
hilarious. I cannot. That is
Yeah,
unbelievable.
that's
100. You've seen the crown. It's
that's the rating. I mean, I can't
Yeah.
vouch for it, but that's the specification. Yeah.
It's amazing. I cannot imagine how that's possible.
I mean, look, stranger things have happened, of course, but look, you are the engineer, and the way you are putting it sounds absolutely right to me. But the official rating is 100.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
The only
wait.
thing I can think of is that it works like a revolving door. Like the revolving door is an amazing invention, right? Could you invent a door that's always open and always closed at the same time? That's what a revolving door is. But as far as water not getting in, I don't know about that. And that's what the crown is there. It's like a revolving door.
Well, the
Yeah, you can put steels and stuff.
Here's the interesting thing. The titanium one was the 30 millimeter. Steel one is 100. I don't know what the difference is in construction. But this
Oh, it's
is
got a crown. It actually has a crown. Because the world record one has a sideways crown. It
oh no,
looks
the
like
world
gear.
record one, don't count that. I'm talking about the standard
Ah.
steel one. But let's see the titanium one and figure out why it's why it's only 30. Does it have a different? Let's see, because it did say 30. It doesn't look like it's different.
It just must be machining.
So now I wonder.
tolerances.
Yeah, because this said 30. you see.
Yeah, 30. Yeah, I imagine it's just machining tolerances. It's just titanium's just much harder to work with, so you can't get its final forms as perfect. Like a Big George like that. That's in the, like, is titanium better than steel? Well, its workability is an important factor because you can have designs in steel that you can't have in titanium.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, everybody knew that.
Yeah. Look, I mean, look, Joe means a lot to me as a friend. You know, the only reason I fuck with him is because he can take a joke. You know, that we connect on so many other levels, but yeah, the guy is a legend, man. I like him. So that's that. He can dish it. He can take it. He's a genuine guy, authentic. And hey, if he has a few fashion brands and shitters in his collection, he has every right to.
Vicious.
Guys, thank you so much. This has been great. It's been lovely to watch a fight with you guys. Be humbled since my guy lost, and have a great watch conversation afterwards. Have some new people dropping in. Have all the familiar faces and all the supporters in the chat. Thank you so much. Please upvote on your way out. If you want to support the channel, you know how. It's in the description. It's in the ticker. In either case, I'll see you tomorrow. And I'll see you tomorrow on Archie's stream as well. So until then, take care, guys. Love you all. Bye.
Good night.
Bye.